Shut up, Schmuel. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy, Schmuel Buckman. I'm here, and I apologize for changing times, but I messed up. It is what it is. So let's get about it. Apparently, we don't have a sound issue tonight, which is kind of amazing. And although maybe I spoke too quickly, and but everything else seems pretty good. And I'm a happy boy. So anyway, great weekend. Bummed as hell that it's over. And yeah, and I see, yes, I was able to get a haircut, and I didn't even have Felicia's help. And I was listening to somebody else earlier. I've been trying to avoid as much Dabbleverse stuff as I could before tonight. But I did see my buddy, Mr. Dave Sarah, was on Mere Musk, and they were talking about, because, you know, these guys cover the big issues. They were talking about Karmic's haircut. Don't ask me why. But in any event, they were talking about Karmic's haircut, and they were discussing whether or not he cut his own hair, and then Mir went into how this apparently has something to do with him thinking he's big time or something. I don't really know. My view of it was Felicia got him to get his haircut. Not a bad haircut, I will say. But he had bangs he didn't like. So he just cut the bangs by himself. And that's what looks so shitty. So let's go there. Cigarette Jones, Ray wants to borrow money. Well, if he does, he's barking up the wrong tree. I think I made that clear to him from the very beginning. And I don't, what's that old line? Neither a borrower nor a lender be. Something like that. That's me. Art, they're here for you. I ran to get in this chair, so I forgot the hat. And yes, I did. I went to the Dominican guy, because I always go to the Dominican guy. And I said, you know, not too short. And he was like, oh, okay. Well, this apparently is not too short. So, but according to Mir, everyone who's in the Dabbleverse who gets one of these really short haircuts apparently means they think they're a big timer, and that's why they do it. And one day Mir will learn the reason why we do it is because we're going bald, and I have no hair in the front, right here, so I could grow it, but then I get that weird thing where you're bald in the front and then your hair goes all the way up at the end. And we had a little guest issue, but so I'm just gonna kind of send out a couple of links real quick, just because I fucked up. So let's get them out one more time. And nothing unusual tonight. It should be very much like every other night. Not going to spend a lot of time talking about individual personalities in our universe, but a little bit. I'll, I'll, I'll talk about them. I didn't really get to watch much of what was going on. Part of it was avoiding it on purpose. Hold on. Part of it was avoiding it on purpose. And a decent part of it was me um, just being busy and not being able to listen to it. So there we go with that. But in any event, I hope you guys enjoyed it. The weather here was fantastic. Um, Absolutely fantastic. And just amazing. I was outside the entire weekend. So there we go. Guru 1. A buzz cut every time. Then let it grow out. I'm not balding. Well, that's the other thing is that could just be a man thing. Like you're a guy and uh, you're not looking for style, you're not looking for approval, so you get the buzz cut. And back in the day, old Schmuel used to do that stuff himself. And I'm gonna make a bit of noise because I gotta put this pop filter on. And let's bring in the lovely and charming Ava Reiser. And Ava, what's going on, my dear?
Oh, not too much, Mr. Buckman. How are you?
I am hanging in there. I'm good. And enjoying being on stream. Not enjoying the fact that I have to go back to the office tomorrow.
Mm.
But, it is what it is. It's, one of those things. Originally, when I was younger, I thought, oh, I'll retire real young. But I like working and time just passes. This is my mantra to people who are young is that it just passes. And you start looking at stuff and you go, "Oh, I just bought this last year." Like in your head, you're like, "Oh, this isn't that old. I just bought it." And then you realize it's 10 years old. And so it just it flies by. I was having an argument with Verizon this weekend about my internet service.
Oh,
And I said to the
John was too.
Oh, really? And I said to the guy, I go, dude, this stuff that I had, it always worked before and it's not working now. Like, I don't understand. I said it's relatively new. And then he told me that it was 9 years old. And that's the thing. But I have a house that's wired for coax, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and they could not figure out their router is supposed to automatically connect to that, but it comes in through an Ethernet cable and it's supposed to go out. It's not supposed to need any other devices, and they couldn't get it working.
Mm.
And I wound up going and buying a $50 uh, Mocha box, and it changed everything.
Did it?
So, yeah, it was amazing. It just, yeah, it's so I don't know. I don't know. Like, I think what happens is at these companies like Verizon, they just like you walk in the door and they'll be like, "Do you know what the internet is?" And you say, "Yeah," and they'll go, "Okay, you're hired." And then they wait until, um, like you go through these, unplug, replug, do this, do that, and then eventually, if you're on the phone long enough and annoying enough, um, and saying so
Yeah.
there you go.
And there's no quality control in those hires because they're making it harder and harder to be able to even talk to a real person because all the chat help and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's funny, man. What the hell is it? The big insurance company, Geico? Um, in New York and New Jersey, you cannot buy a policy on the phone, and you can't even talk to, like, if you try to call for anything but a claim, it's like a 55 minute wait. And the thing that repeats all the time just keeps telling you to use their app.
Yeah.
And I switched from one company to the other, and I wanted to cancel it. And man, they just like fucking ignore you.
Hmm. I had the best experience. I recently switched to Geico where it was much easier. I think we're so fucked because yeah, they're like I dealt with that earlier for what was it? Something. What was it? I don't know. I was with like a credit card and yeah, like it was, there was no pathway to talk to a human. Like they just had so many, and you actually just never get to a person.
I've had for years a really decent Amex card, and I would call and they would answer the phone with my name. And
Sorry.
those days are gone. You'd have like an individual that would just answer it, Mr. Buckman, how are you today? And you'd be like, whoa. But
This all sucks. Are you saying that Schmuel can't pump his own gas because you're making a dig at his age, or me as someone that lives in Oregon where there are
New
people that pump?
Jersey is the only state in the country that 100% of the state you can't pump your own gas.
Yeah, we were close to that, but I think we're 50-50 now here in Oregon.
Yeah. Frankly, I love it. It's the greatest thing in the world. Having lived in New York for most of my life, um, when I go to New Jersey, there's nothing like it's 38 degrees and raining, and
Yeah.
you need to get gas, and some other guy comes out and fills it for you.
Yes.
Just fantastic. Sorry about that. And hey, How are you? Before we get into topic here, how are you? And how was your Labor Day?
I just took 5 days off. It's the first time I've had that many days off with no school or anything, and like I don't even know last year. So it was amazing. Amazing. I like wrote a bunch of music and painted and all kinds of things. Yeah, it was very nice. So I had like a 5 day weekend.
Cool. By the way, I'm sending you something else. I just sent you, this is hilarious. I just sent you the link update to 10 p.m. So that's why you went there and we weren't there.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm an idiot. Um,
No,
I
you
am
do it.
a
It's your show. You do what you want.
No, that's not what obviously it's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to get it out. I mean,
What happened?
I did paste. I never hit send.
No, what
So,
happened with why'd you reschedule your?
oh, I was supposed to have somebody come on, and then they weren't sure what time they could make it. I was in traffic, and it was just like such a rush. And then I thought, oh, I could do it at 8:30. And then, like I said, everything was just such a rush. It didn't make any sense. And then other shows were on, and it was like, I might as well just go on at 10 and not be hectic and crazy and whatnot. So that was the
Yeah,
deal.
it was like TSN and Tukey, but TSN was doing like Steel Toes, so I changed the channel.
Tukey was on, and God, who else was on? Shit, somebody else. There was somebody else on, and but it wasn't that. It was just that they were on. I didn't feel bad. It wasn't like I was worried about going against them. I was just like, people have something to watch. I'm not a bad at
Oh,
that.
see, there you go. You care about your audience.
I do, I do. And let me ask you a question. How's my volume?
You sound great in my
Oh, good,
headphones.
because it's blowing one ear into the other side of my head and the other ear back over to the other side. So I'm just gonna turn down over here a little bit. And
You don't have a. Are you using like a USB interface for your microphone, or is it going straight in?
It's USB to the. It's plugged into the computer, the
Mm.
USB, and I have these are plugged into the microphone, so
Oh.
for the monitor,
Yeah.
and
You got a
it's
curiously well like keyed out shot, like you're looking in HD. You got the you you
how
do.
bad is it? It's
No,
like
it's
my
like curiously better than ever. The only thing is the mic stand.
floating mic.
Yeah, but I think you don't care about that. So yeah.
I I was actually gonna fix that, and I was like, no, the floating mic is cool, and
Well, you got the. It works with your backdrop.
I can't get too good, Ava. If I, if I ever get perfect, if I ever get really good at this, nobody will ever watch the show.
I'm a nerd about VHS shit, and I'm wondering if like my VHS camera would work on a stream, and I can get it all like you know.
Which it's an old VHS camera.
I have a bunch of like early '80s like VHS and VHS-C cams, and I
So
was
the
curious.
the answer that I've been told to that question is yes, you can, but you need a bunch of like the red, yellow, and whatever cable, the red and white cable, and then it's got to go into something else, and then it's got to be converted to digital, and then
Well, those Canon, like I use like one of those. It's a Canon Vixia G40, and those have the transponder, so you can literally just send the RCA to it, and then automatically digitizes it. So
oh,
it's like
that's
a
cool.
yeah.
I don't have any of that cool stuff. I'm gonna reach over and grab my cigars. I normally buy very cheap cigars, and that's what I smoke on stream. But um, I don't know if we can see these. Can we see these? Yeah. Um,
Ooh,
so these
but
are
you're
good. They're not a lot. They're about $4 a piece, $5 a piece. But the place I was ordering them from, so five is like 18.99, right?
yeah.
And the place I was ordering them from raised the price to like 29.99, and I'm like, holy shit, that's expensive. And then this weekend when I was at the beach, I went into ShopRite of all places, and they have a huge cigar section, and they were 18.99. I was so
Mm,
happy, and
that's not bad. How much are cigarettes in New York right now?
I don't know. I don't know if it's because I don't smoke them. So, well, in New York, I know it's got to be like $18 or something, And
Yeah.
it's funny because where where I work, so there's bodegas like all around. Okay, now if it can be called a bodega when it's owned by a guy from Bangladesh, that's a little, but these things have been there forever. But there's like, I think maybe five of them or whatever within a few blocks, and none of them sell cigarettes. And they're, I think like most of them are Bangals. I think it's mostly Bangladesh. Like one of the guys might be Dominican, but I'm not 100% positive. But I was like, oh, gee, I wonder if like Bangladeshis have a thing against smoking and that's why they don't sell it,
They
you
don't.
know? Well,
They have a thing against Pakistani people, but not smoking.
well, everybody's got a problem with everybody else in this
Yeah.
universe for some reason. But it turns out that no, it's not that at all. What happened was they all got caught selling singles.
I used
And
to
that
buy them from Bangladeshi bodegas when I lived in New York.
and they got them all on one day, and none of them have been able to get their cigarette licenses back.
Mm-mm.
And it's been from the one guy, he said it's been years, like years and years since this happened. And the city, I guess, loves the tax revenue from cigarettes, but they don't want you selling it. It's
I
like,
think
go
I
ahead.
think in New York that it's actually like there's two bodegas that cornered the market, and it's there. One of them's on Broadway in Brooklyn,
Mm-hmm.
and they still have them even right now. And I think they might have paid off the cops to bust all the other people that sell singles because I used to have to make the trek there because it was the one place where you could still get singles off market.
Yeah, or the day that the guy came in, they figured out what they were doing, and didn't sell it to him, which I think is the more likely than the paying off of the cops. And Sam Bibley. I live in New Jersey. Well, la di da. No, I'm a New York boy through and through, Sam. Um, Believe me. And hey, buddy, don't talk me down to a Chelsea haircut. Hey, Granny. Happy to have you here. I'm way behind in the chat tonight, and
You
we're
can do
getting
it.
it's fine. I'm just what do you call it? I want to kind of focus on the guests and the chat at the same time. So I'm just rolling through it. And are you coming back on camera? I'm gonna be here by myself. All right,
What? What's my time limit on these?
quick. Sarah was probably the preeminent pop offer, and he would be. How long does it take to? And it was very quick. And some people don't like to light cigarettes or whatever, but quick, because
Oh,
it's just weird for me because I feel like I'm having a conversation and then I'm having a conversation with
you don't ever have to
an
justify or explain it
avatar.
because I totally relate with it,
Well,
and I'm breaking my own rule, but
I'm not justifying nor explaining. I'm just stating.
there's no
Uh,
like sexy way to sip a beer. It just always looks gross.
can't you get like a girly cup, like get
I did, but it just doesn't
pink
look.
shit and all that and little
Whenever I see it, it's
angels?
just like, or if I see any even an almost take a sip of something, it never works. But I thought I could get away with this, but you jumped on my ass as soon as I started.
It wasn't that quick, and
No,
I may have to get up and get a lighter because I might have run out of butane.
okay, I'll talk to your chat.
Ah, there we go.
There you go.
Anyway, um, I did you can you check your DMs because that's what we're going to talk about in a couple of minutes. Um,
Yeah, on wait, okay,
on Twitter,
who we
it's
got?
the only way I know how to get a hold of you. Uh, and look at that, we got one other guy here. But I do like Granny is very funny. Granny is Schmuel looks like a street artist spray painted a '90s alien onto into his picture, and he sold it to you for $12. Very funny. Granny had another one about me, and I can't remember what it was, but it was some old guy, and it was like, um, if the old guy had taken all the Ozempic on the planet, this is what he would look like. I can't remember who it was, but he was comparing me to somebody with a big giant head. Uh, I'm gonna add your other good friend to the chat, and I don't know why you're in the middle there, but I'll where you are, but I'll figure that out in a second.
You might have to explain this DM to me because what the
Mr.
fuck?
Panhandle, we're gonna go over it. I just wanted you to what do you call it? I wanted you to be able to see it.
Hey, Panhandler,
Evening,
where were
ladies and
you?
gents.
I read your fucking tarot cards and you didn't even show like a fucking.
I showed, and then you were already gone, and then I ended
That
up
was
on
like
there
two
for like
hours later.
6 hours, and then Papa Kill and Povo fell asleep, so it was me, the guy from Australia, and
Papa fell
Untrackable.
asleep. I've never seen him.
Yeah, it was. So nobody had controls of anything, and then we got into a big discussion about gun control at like 6 in the morning. I'm like, okay, I got to get out of here.
We had
Was
an
the
exhausting day.
was the Aussie guy against it?
Yes, it was very nice. It was a good discussion, actually. It was a pretty good discussion, pretty civil considering.
Because when I've been to Australia and we have family there, we talk to them often. They think America is just we're just
Mhm.
shooting each other like
We
all
are.
day, every day. But no, like everybody's carrying a gun and everybody's shoot. Like, what? You're out of coke? Boom. And so, in any event, and I shouldn't have said coke. I should have said you're out of Pepsi because I gave the wrong, an incorrect thing there, right? Because you would get shot for being out of coke, I think. Anyway, enough.
Just leave it hanging. Just let it hang out there, Schmuel.
Yeah, some of them are just better off left unsaid.
Yeah.
And
So what was my reading? Do you remember?
If you had to ballpark how many people get shot with a gun every day in 2025, what would your guess be?
100. Not even, probably less than 100.
250. I just looked it up.
Really?
Well, 250 is the mid,
But how
the
many are
the
idiots
median.
shooting themselves by accident or self-harm? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the number of people that are actually, like,
You're
violently.
ruling out self harm.
I am, so I think that would reduce the number
They don't
greatly.
deserve to be. I like that.
No, I'm just not saying it doesn't
I
count, but
forgot what your tarot card reading was. I
thank
didn't
you.
know anything about how to do those until I was just on camera doing it, and so
Yeah, it was a good bit.
I think by the time I got to you, I like learned how to do it. So I forgot. It was probably something. No, I don't remember what you're. I was really
Yeah.
drunk.
All right, no worries.
I'd love for you to get him to believe it and then actually convince him of something.
Good luck.
I got into Dexter's head with my reading of him because his cards were like really like all pointed in a direction.
Yeah, they were talking about it a little bit after you left, but I didn't know what was going on. I never know what's going on that show.
All right. And just going to announce we're pulling out of Twitter and we'll be just solely on YouTube here in a
Stream
second.
on Twitter.
And I do Twitter, and I start usually do about a half an hour on Twitter and then just end it over there and move everything over to YouTube. So I just posted the link and boom, boom. Yep. So that's why we dropped from 45 viewers to 22. So
Also, your buddy Pat's going on, I think.
yeah, he is. I, you know, we shockingly, buddy, we don't consult each other about when we're going live.
Can I say something that's gonna upset you? I'm kind
Yeah,
of
go.
getting sick of his shit. Like, I'm getting sick of like the back and forth with Felicia. Like, fucking, it's obviously you've addressed it a million times. Like, why do you keep feeding
Is he
into
still
it?
doing it?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the title or whatever, so it definitely intimated that that's what it's going to be, some sort of response stream to whatever Felicia said. Because I know Felicia was streaming with Carmax earlier tonight on Felicia's channel, so
Did you see?
I'm making an assumption that it's going to be some sort of reaction to whatever she said.
Did you see her stream yesterday?
Part of it, but I didn't
The
know
one
what
with
was
the
called.
houseboy.
For some reason, I watched a lot of it, and it was it's a mess. Like
Yeah,
she's crazy.
Well, she did have him running in and out, right? And
Well, he was like
she
helping her with. I don't understand like why it's so hard for her to do the tech end of it. Like, I
the
mean,
tech
like,
end's a pain. Look, I got to tell you, the tech
who are you
end's a pain
talking
in
to?
the ass.
Yeah,
dude, I understand. I understand for you, but like, I mean, I feel
No,
like she's like only like 10 years older than me, and
right,
she.
but what part of the deal is you're assigning age, and there are some people that are just not tech capable.
Well, can I tell you what I'm assigning? It's that out of like respect for a show, if I go on it as a guest, I
Hmm.
like try to get my like light my shot in just a decent way, just like just as like a hey, we're all on a certain level. If I was gonna do my own show, I would like figure out how to do that first before I did show after show, like 3 shows, and she doesn't know how to do the shot yet.
Can I tell you a little secret?
Uh-huh.
I tried forever to get the lighting right, and then I
You
just
but you get a
realized
you get a pass, dude.
it's
It's
not
perfect. She's a comedian.
it's not but I'm going like it's not the lighting, Schmuel, it's you. And so
No, I think it was the lighting, and you corrected your lighting, and now you have like a well lit shot. You like the
so
shot is good.
and yeah, I think I was doing it in the dark mostly to try to hide
I don't
a
know what
little
was
bit.
going on because there's that time where you were like at that blue screen and it would look like
Because I had no idea how to stream, so I was just and because I was rushed, I would just constantly be doing stuff,
weren't you doing this
45 minutes
before I
before.
even weren't you doing this before I even joined the Dabbleverse?
I went I did my first shows like in October, I think, but I really started doing it in January. Um
Yeah, I would like to make these critiques about her and then not have them apply to you.
no, I it's okay. I'm just I just the lighting thing struck me. I'm not
Lighting is everything. It's the most annoying thing about learning film is like you have to act like with music you can teach yourself to record and all those things so easily, but with film you have to be like, oh, I have to actually understand how light works. It's a total pain in the ass.
right.
But you can go on Amazon and just be like podcast lighting kit, and it's just boom done. But
But that's what this setup essentially was, or my first setup. And then I realized the the lights that I have, because of I do in different places. I have some LED panel lights that I bought the first time, and they're too white. They're too bright. They don't. The Kelvin doesn't go low enough to get like a yellowish color. So if I look red in this, I look super red in that. But
Oh dear.
do you see why I wear a hat though?
Panhandler's dog.
Yeah, sorry.
Can you bring the dog on the show?
No.
But
Are you
you know
angry
how
at that? Are you angry on that as well as everything else in life?
Yeah, I just the one of them just one of them just pissed me off about 2 seconds ago before I came on stream. So yeah, they've been on one. They've been on one this whole weekend. So,
Schmuel,
but
did you? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah,
I want to make a comment about the lighting and then I'll stop.
Okay.
But do you see why I wear a hat? Because
No, you
the
look fine. You look fine.
no, because I've got like a glow over my head and it's on my forehead and it
But
like
you have your
it's like
light.
a football player.
No, you have your light intensity at a decent level. Your forehead isn't glaring completely.
Well,
If you turned it
thank
down
you.
by like one tiny notch, then it would be perfectly evened out.
I
just
tried, but I can't be. It's what do you call it? I'll do it throughout the show.
just tell him he has a big bulbous head and be done with it.
I'm bald. I got a theater head. Just fucking IMAX on this forehead.
Yeah, it's a bad melon.
And
You
I,
should just
and
no.
I was
You
never
should
even
recognize.
with hair. I wasn't that attractive. Go ahead.
You
Sorry.
should recognize. I think you're getting mixed up with your own like things about your appearance. You should recognize that you're lighting your shot. Your shot looks better than ever right now, as far as just on a technical level, and that's all I'm saying.
Cool. I like that. I did give Doom a picture of me when I was young.
Let's take a look
With
at that.
lots of hair. No, I gave exclusive rights to use of the picture, so
How much did that cost?
they will kindness. They were
Mm.
nice to me.
I'm not being nice. I feel like I'm being too nice right now.
No. You're not being anything. You asked how much it cost, and how much did the exclusive rights to a Schmuel Buckman in his 20s
Oh my god,
photo?
Cigarette
Not
Jones.
not a
Cigarette,
lot.
Cigarette Jones just made the best comment, which is, Shmuel, you should wear a Kangol hat.
Like I could do the
You
rich
should,
boss thing.
dude. If you started wearing a Kangol hat, that would actually be amazing. I'll buy it for you if you promise to wear it.
I mean, I'm not going to wear it every day, but I promise to wear it.
Okay.
And
Just wear it whenever I'm on the show.
I what do you call it? The first time I was robbed at gunpoint, which was like in '98, I think. The cops came,
Were
and
they
I was
black?
describing the perpetrator, and he was wearing a Kangol hat, and the cop, who was African American, had no idea what I was talking about,
Mm.
and he wound up writing it down as an Applejack.
You should have been like Spike Lee. Spike Lee.
Yeah, I wasn't really all that thoughtful at that particular moment, right?
Use the N word.
I was like, don't be here talking to me. Let's go catch this guy. No, man, I learned a lot from that because I realized that the cops are they didn't the first time I got robbed, they didn't do anything, they never caught the guy, but they did harass a lot of people. You know? They take you on a canvas and they're driving like they drive you around to
That
see like
they
if
don't they do that for white people. They don't do. I've never heard
see
of
if that
that.
person's in the thing. But the deal is like, well, it was a long time ago. But the deal was, I described the perpetrator as like in his 30s, right? And we're driving with these cops, and they're bringing us by where other cops are harassing people, and they like one old black man who was like, like had to be in his 60s, and they're like, they got him sitting on a wall and emptying his pockets, and I was like, yeah, I don't need to do this again. But
Panhandler, are you triggered by Shmuel's empathy right now?
I'm triggered by his delivery. It's just so slow and deliberate and plodding.
I did.
That's what happens when I'm trying to not
I
use
did
the
notice
words that
that.
Av is trying to get me to use.
I did notice. I was listening. I was right there with you.
Oh, here we go. In Texas, we call them cock smoker hats, Johnny Chopsticks.
Cocksucker. That's
Uh,
Cocksucker.
so
jeez.
uh, this was Schmuel before he was sent off to bomb Grenada.
Oof.
Guys, you're so funny. And oh, look at this. I think this is a message for one of us. Kina K. Somebody is extra cranky.
Was that at me?
No,
Okay.
and it wasn't at me. Um, so I did listen to a bit of Melton today, and he did mention that to he was letting Stuttering John know that the Kina K avatar is not a real woman,
Uh,
um, but he's in there. So all right.
John lashed out at me again.
Oh really?
Well, today he
Still?
didn't, but he has every other episode.
Yeah, he did the other day.
Yeah.
Is that because you went on his show and then you went on Shuli's
hmm
show?
Yeah. He's a little bit more mad about that than I thought he would be.
Well, he needed a trans person in his corner.
hmm
I mean, it's like 100% what it was about, and it was like, and he
I'm
felt,
being polite about that and not pointing that aspect out.
he, he definitely felt like, oh, you were his trans, you know, like you were gonna be buddies, and when he
No,
found out you were,
that
and
I was gonna shit on Kumia. I
that
think it
when
was
you were,
Buddy.
that you
He
were,
wanted me to be a trans person that said that I'm ethically offended by it. Kumia at the time. Now I feel like if Kumia would come up, I would probably shit all over him. But at the time, I didn't.
yeah, but I always John is always he's always got like some scheme about how he appears, and he wanted the appearance of having black friends and trans friends, and you
He
know
did, but we used each other. Like I used me being trans to talk to someone from this show that I was obsessed with. So it's not like all one sided.
well, it's not like you're naive. He was naive because he didn't realize that you had something to gain as well, right? Like that it wasn't a one side. He wasn't giving you a gift.
I feel like none of these things were so concrete on either of our ends. Like I recognize that like there's a part of me that saw that he would benefit from having a trans person on the show in that particular moment, and I was on mushrooms and I was like, I'm just gonna email him and see if he lets me on. And so yeah, I don't think he was conniving about it. I interjected myself into his life, you know.
Well, you don't think that John is the conspiracy nut. Like you don't think of the John conspiracies that we think. You think he's too simple for a lot of that stuff, right? Like
It's not
even last week
simple.
with the karmic stuff.
Yeah, I think he's I, I feel like this is a deconstruction where we all overcomplicate all of these issues that we have with everyone for all these reasons in society right now. But really, what it comes down to is people are upset that somebody was either nice, somebody was mean to them, or if somebody's like, hey, I like this person because they're nice to them. It really does kind of come down to that when you deconstruct even politics and that. So I think he just saw that Carmix was being nice to him and he was like, oh, I'll talk to Carmix. I
I
don't
mean, in
think it was the reason.
politics, that's as old as time. That's why politicians always went out on the street and talked to people. You
Yeah.
know, because it's likely if you met one and not his opponent or her opponent, you're gonna think better of them.
People just want you to be nice to them and they don't want you to be mean. And if you're mean to them, then they look at your record as a person and attack you. But if you just start being nice, then they'll get over.
Cool. So, Panhandler, before we get into our topic, is there anything you'd like to bring up and or talk about?
No, I just think the John angle is kind of interesting because he can't go after her because he fancies himself this, progressive woke guy, and Ava's trans, not letting out any secrets here. So, and with his daughter, son, and I'm not being disrespectful. I just don't know the deal with, his child, what happened there, the specifics anyway. That he can't. I don't think he can be as mean to her or go after her like he would go after somebody else. Like at least he's smart enough not to the whole hypocrisy police thing, not fall into that trap.
You don't think that he's doing. I thought that that's why he never called me out after the last appearance. But
Definitely.
I feel like now he's hitting me in the same way he would hit
Yeah, but
anyone
it's
else.
pretty. I mean, it's pretty gentle jabs. Like why she turned on
Yeah,
me, or I was nice. I had her on her show. Like he was doing the whole victim. The victim shit he did. He didn't. I haven't heard him get nasty towards you or anything like that, or really flip out. It's kind of just a kind of an offhand comment here and there, or throwaway type thing. That more like he's disappointed in you or some bullshit
that's
ass
the
like
vibe I
that.
get. But that's what
Yeah.
I feel like is appropriate for, because I didn't like. I mean, I think I confused him by like the appearances. Like the first time I was just nice to him and didn't even exploit him for 2 years. Like I could have just gone on the shows 2 years ago, and then the second time I didn't. I wasn't mean to him.
But did
I
you
just
really exploit him, or is you just mad you went on Shuli? Did you shit on him on Shuli's show? Is that what happened? Sorry, Schmuel. I know we're getting off topic here.
I
No, it's good.
I mean they had me on a review that appearance.
Like the
And
Uncle Rico
but
show or whatever.
I was gentle about it, but I don't even know if he understands that. I don't even know if he saw what I actually said. I think he just knows that I went on the show.
Yeah. So
But I never like was cruel about him, because I don't know.
It's weird with him because sometimes he'll say, I don't watch that show. And, he doesn't watch it. And I kind of believe him.
I know it.
Different than some of these other people. Like, well, Carmick will say, "Oh, I never watched this," or Brennan will say, "I never watched this," and then they can give you a blow by blow description of the show and stuff that wasn't on clips anywhere. So, but I think I think what happens is he doesn't watch the streams. He's getting people telling him what somebody said.
That's what he did with me. Like he knew that Anthony was going on these rants about him, but he hadn't seen it, so he asked me before I went in the show to get the timestamps of it and send it to him, because he did not want to see the show. So like that was something he asked me to do, and I was like, I don't want to look like a rat. But yeah, he doesn't watch like he bases it on what people report to him. Today he did just put on a Stalin or whoever that guy's name is clip of Anthony and shit on him, and it was good actually.
Cool. I'm gonna bring in Mumbling Nick in a sec.
Oh God,
Um,
did you?
but
He's a fucking. Did you
all right.
see? Sorry.
No. I don't want to go there, but I got to do two things. One is I got to say, guys, it would be really helpful. Supertip.gg/Buckman, and I've set the thing to the lowest that I can. It would be nice to know you care more than anything else. And I'm also going to say to OG Mumbling Nick, I'm going to send you a DM with what we're about to talk about, just so you shit. Sorry about that, pal. So you're not so you're a little in on it, and I'm gonna want to go over it more thoroughly on another night, but I'd like to talk about this. All right, Nick, that's there. So let's add Nick to our scene. Good evening, my new enemy, Mr. Mumbling Nick.
What the fuck did you send me, dude? A book? I
I
can't read
heard
all
it's
this.
the turn. I saw
Hey,
the turn
hey,
today on Twitter.
that was a really great video you did about the trans shooter in Minnesota. You fucking douchebag.
I did a live stream.
Yeah, that
What
was
did I do?
horrible. It was
Why
a
was it
disaster.
horrible?
That's
Okay.
gross.
All right,
I said trans had nothing to do with it. What the fuck? What
I
was
don't
wrong
think
with
that.
it? Do you just want to fight every fucking time I come on the show? Like what the
wait.
fuck?
Listen,
No,
listen to
that was
me. I'm
disgusting.
muting. Hold on. I'm muting the both of you for the minute. Here's the story. All right. No, I don't care what your beef is outside here, but we're not doing this here, and we're not doing it tonight. I got shit I want to talk about, and if we can't do that, then the panhandler and I'll do it, or I'll do it myself.
now
And
I'm here for the
Nick didn't,
leftist on leftist crime. Let the
and Nick
progressive
didn't
kill
come here.
each
I know
other.
you'd love to see them
I'd love
fight,
to
but
watch it. I'd love to watch the animals
I'm
eat each
happy
other.
to do that at another time, but not tonight. All right. And you both guys got your unmute requests. Although I'm supposed to be able to unmute you. I don't know why I can't. Okay? Can you hear me? Can
Yeah.
you speak?
Am I
Yes.
allowed to speak now?
You can speak. And Nick, can you speak? Just so I know it's working.
Speak.
Good. All right. Go ahead.
Cocksucker. Wait, you want us to keep talking? I think you
No,
said
I just want to know. I want to do a show, but I don't want you two fighting.
I'm not
About-
fighting. I'm reading the thing you sent me.
All right. Good. All right.
You guys can fight a little.
No, you can. We can. You can do that, and it's not a problem. But that's not really what we wanted to do tonight. And I'm more interested in this. I'm more interested in the beloved chatter text post.
Nick isn't
but
interested in what I think about these things. He'll do a video about a trans shooter and not even reach out to a trans
Ava.
person that he knows to like
Well,
have some
can
I
kind
don't
of
want to ruin
insight on it.
Schmuel's thing. I do a political show. There was a fucking shooting that week that multiple people asked us covered. That's what I covered, and I literally said that the fucking trans thing is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with it. So what is your fucking problem with what I said?
I guess
You
I don't
want me to
understand
say
like
that the
when you
trans has
cover
something to do with it?
when you cover other shootings. I don't notice that you say white cis male shooter.
No,
yeah,
that's the
except that
point.
that's what happens all the
Ava,
time.
That's the point. Sorry, Schmuel. That's the point I was making. Soon as it came out, didn't the right wing go fucking trans? So I put it in the title, and I was like, and then I fought
So you
against it
played
the whole
into it.
fucking show. I didn't play into it. I said it had nothing to fucking do with it.
You made a lot of like really irresponsible statements about trans people in their mental health. You you just and then you left unchecked your imbecile co-host.
I let
Right.
him say his opinion, and I say my opinion of it. That's all I fucking do. Just like you can have your opinion. I'm not
right.
a fucking fascist.
I
over here.
didn't get a
Wait,
chance to have my opinion.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Per my chat suggestion, because they're all crazy. I'm gonna set a timer for 10 minutes. Okay? And you guys can go for 10 minutes. That'll bring us right up to about 11. And then I'd like to spend the last hour talking about the Dabbleverse. Or not the Dabbleverse, but YouTube models. So there you go.
We'll
When the
talk about
bell
YouTube
when the
models.
bell goes off, we're done.
I'm not going to be a monkey. We'll talk.
You don't have to be a monkey. It's just I'm giving you 10 minutes. It shouldn't take 10 minutes. All right? But we want to move.
There's something about the timer that makes me not want
Well, I
to.
can take it off the screen, but I want you to be able to see it. But you know what
It
happens
would have
is
probably
if we
been
don't
much
if we-
shorter, but I just the 10 minutes.
if we don't have a timer, what happens is it'll just go on forever and ever. And this is the way, like, hey, you got 10 minutes. It's like a debate, where you get an hour or whatever. You got 10 minutes to reach some sort of conclusion instead of just going on, because it could go on for 3 hours. And we're just going to go. I've argued with you guys before. It just goes in circles. So
that's actually very reasonable.
all right.
Yeah.
So here we go. You got 10 minutes, and I'm not in control of it. Go ahead.
I feel
Here we
like there's
go.
something very gross about Nick, where when I first emerged in this Dabbleverse, he was like trying to have me as like a co-host on this politics show and was constantly emailing me and asking me to be on it. He was putting my name in the comments and things like that. And then at a certain point, he just dropped off from it, which is his prerogative. But to do a show about that shooter, where it's just him and that imbecile talking, is really gross, because I would argue that me and Nick at least are allies to a certain level, where having a trans person there for that conversation might be interesting, especially someone like me that isn't just this like parody of a trans person that like is a straight shooter about that shit. But instead they just had that video where it's just him in that freakish oath that he has as a co-host, and I think that's gross, and I think that he did a bad job at it.
Who's his co-host? Sorry.
This guy, people like to say that like trans people are like delusional or whatever, or living in a delusion and things like that, but I'm out front, like on camera, like just bare bones about all of these things. And one of the people that makes comments like that is his co-host, who's literally living in an AI universe that has like pads on his whole body to like, because his life is so miserable that he's fucking has to exist in some AI world. and that's who he has as a co-host to have that discussion, and it's kind of gross.
I still don't know
Okay.
who it is.
His
Sorry.
name's Liquid Cryptid.
Oh,
I
okay.
think. So I hate when people, everyone in the Dabbleverse seems to do this. When you first were on John's show, did I email you and ask you to come or DM you? 100%, and you said yes, but I don't want to. Whatever. I hate. What the fuck was the term you used? I don't remember. You hate like saying you're going to do something ahead of time because you don't know if you're going to do it. So I said that's fine. You went on 2 weeks later. I think your name's in like 2 videos because you've actually asked me not to put your name in videos before, so I didn't. You literally, I didn't put your name in the Tom Myers video because you wanted to try and do whatever with Tom Myers, and you didn't want him to know you were trashing him on my show and shit like that. So that shit's just not even true.
Is
But
my
yes,
information in the description of your videos that you post right now?
oh, is that what you're talking about? I'm sorry. I thought you meant,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. Well, I'm promoting. Sorry, Ava, that was me promoting your stuff for being on the
Well,
show all the
there's
time.
something weird that you do that in every video that you make, but
I copy and
you're
paste.
not gonna have me on a
I
trans
copy and
discussion.
paste from the video before. I'll stop. I'll take your shit out if that's what you want. It's your plugs. That's what I put
If
in.
you're gonna do it, then I would think that you should have me on for a
Well, I
trans
used to,
shooting
yeah, I
discussion.
used to send you the link all the time, and then the fucking Jake Hudson thing happened a few weeks ago, and now it's a shit show. So
It was weird before that, but that's fine.
it was okay. I
What
don't
was
know.
weird about it?
It's weird because
I
her.
think go
Oh,
ahead.
she can. No, it's for you. You can tell why you think it's weird.
I think that that liquid person just like the when I first went on Nick's show, um, it was I think it was the second time. It was I was like he had Jake. He got I was obsessed with Jake because I just discovered Jake, and I was like, could we have Jake on? And he was like, oh, I can get Jake, and that was insane to me because I love Jake. And so he set up this episode where it was like a Jake thing, and I said I didn't want that liquid person there because liquid has like a animated thing and it's distracting to me. Like the visual of me, Nick, and Jake on camera talking would be like compelling, but liquid threw a little tantrum and forced himself into that and kind of sabotaged the whole thing because he's a little baby. And I think that was a precursor to what I was about to say, which is that I think that Nick like realized that liquid doesn't want to talk to someone like me that busts his balls about his idiotic views, and he succumbed to them because
So,
Nick used to always send me the link, and it's not that I just asked to not be on those shows. It was that Nick would not have me on those shows, and that's annoying to me. And I don't know if it's because of Liquid. That's my theory, but or maybe Nick is annoyed by it. But I think people like Liquid are overwhelmed by somebody that's much smarter than them that is on the other side of politics that also will just insult them. And I think that's what was going on. Or Nick is just an asshole and didn't have me on a trans discussion.
so, obviously it's hard for me at the moment because you and I mean, God, people think me and you aren't getting along. You and Liquid really aren't getting along, and I am somewhat of a loyal person, and he was my co-host, and I want you to be the third mic, but you two are like at each other's throats now, so I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. So if you asked for the link, I would have sent you the link, but you didn't. You weren't there, so I didn't send it to you.
But when he says bye at each other's throats, the way that they talk on their show is just like kind of no one is like really getting to the core of things because Nick is very polite and Liquid needs that accommodation. He needs that,
So that can be
he needs a safe space. And so when someone like me came on and wasn't like that, which I don't argue is compelling, is to hear people get into the core of it. Liquid is like a little baby that can't like take the heat, and Nick adjusted to it, and that's I guess what I'm saying, and we're getting confirmation of that. I think that's gross because we're talking about politics, and it's dabbling in politics. It's not like the dabble versus like a safe space for everyone. I take my fucking. You have. I mean, I can't even explain how many times people have said some of the most horrifyingly cruel things to me, and I don't whine about it or ask people to not have them on their show. But Liquid does that, and then Liquid is going to sit there and call people like me mentally ill, and you just sat there during that, and I think that's a disgusting context in that trans discussion, because it doesn't have anything to do with what was really going on with it, and it's just pathetic. He's a pathetic slob, and it's gross to me because I thought we were on a different level. That you're just kind of being a coward about it.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding there. That shooter 100% was mentally ill. Just happened to be trans. It wasn't mentally ill because they were trans. They happened to be fucking.
Yeah, but it was nice that during that conversation about it, you were agreeing with him that trans people are mentally ill and
I
all that.
never
And
said trans people are mentally
you
ill.
agreed with him, and that's what I'm talking about. I will play you the clips if you
You
want
can
to.
play with it. Number one, I've heard you say trans people are mentally ill. I think
I
you
think
said it,
when
and I
I say
haven't said it.
I say it with a particular level of care and recognition of the DSM, where it's like I'm going to be fair and not sit there and look someone in the face and tell them that that there's something completely normal about me if you're just looking at it on a completely like biological level. But like I use that kind of care with it. But when someone like you two just jerk off with each other about it, it's you don't do it in a tactful way, and that's kind of why I would think that it would be cool to have someone like me on for a discussion about that.
Well,
And
I'd
also,
have
like,
to.
who cares anyway? But
I'll
I
just
was
say I'll have to go.
you threw him on the show, and last time I saw him, I was like, this fucking guy.
I'll have to go back and watch it because if my memory is me literally defending against the other side of the whole fucking thing. That like all these other like 99.9 whatever less than 1% of these fucking shooters are trans, and all of a sudden they're acting like they're all fucking trans. Every time a new one comes out, they say they're trans, and it ends up they're not fucking trans. I
But
remember this
there's so
one,
many
and I
more
remember
important
one other one
points.
that's
There's
all
so
right.
many
Well, that's the
there's
part
so
you
many
seem to be
more
focusing
important
on.
points you could have made in that, because like there are people in that conversation that you're having that were talking about it being to scale in the sense that they're saying that trans people, it's like per capita, and like the layup when someone makes that argument is that whenever we talk about trans sports or things like that and we say that this is like a low level issue, they reject that notion that, oh, per capita that it matters. It's just like, no, it matters if one trans person is playing sports and it hurts other women. And you just sat there and just let that sit, that no, per capita this is a big deal that there's a trans shooter, even if it, with all these other excuses. There's so many little micro points you could have made in that, because I don't know if you're gonna have a fucking show about it, but yeah, it's just gross.
Well, I
And
remember
it's really
me.
gross that Liquid Cryptid's like pussy nature of just having his balls busted by me made it so I wasn't invited to that conversation. I don't
I,
bitch about not being invited to your other conversations, but again, my name is in your description, but I'm not invited to a conversation about the trans shooter, and then
I will take
you
your
jerk
name out,
off.
Ava. I was just trying to plug your stuff. I was just copying it week from week, not knowing when you were going to show up. So it's just
I'm never
always in there.
invited to.
just hang on, guys. I'm gonna reset the timer in a second.
No, we're good.
But I needed to take a time out
I'll shut
to
the fuck up, you
recognize
guys.
our friend Jason Bentley for $10. Just so I'm clear, which
See,
one is the
the dog agrees
libertarian?
with me.
And thank you, Jason. We appreciate it. Supertip.gg/Buckman. Thank you, Jason. All right, let's put the clock back
Roshi,
up.
you can go fucking. Why don't you lose at least 40 pounds, and then you can have that shot of you like a slob on your couch when you broadcast.
All right, let's pop this one off, and all right, let's do some all right. And either of you got anything to say to the other?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing in closing that
Go ahead.
I was trying to more focus on trying to do like my big gripe, if anyone watched it, is that we never do anything when these school shootings happen. I mean, fucking Sandy Hook had 5 and 6-year-olds getting shot, and we still do nothing. So that was the point I was trying to make. And throughout the week, literally when I was on shows, people were like, "Hey Nick, are you gonna?"
Go
Fuck
ahead.
you,
Sorry.
that? Sorry. We're literally
going,
asking about the fucking trans aspect. So I put the fucking, I did what we did it on, and I thought thought I made the point that being trans had absolutely fucking nothing to do with it. And I was saying we need to fucking actually do something to fucking stop these shootings. That I'm not some big anti-gun dude. Like if I thought more guns were the fucking would help, then I would call for more guns. But saying more guns is fucking stupid. Saying because the person's trans is fucking stupid. It's like one side just comes up with all these fucking excuses, so I don't have to fucking do anything. And that's the point I was trying to make. I think I was trying not to focus as much on the trans as fucking Cryptid was. That's why I said it had fucking nothing to do with it. And if I didn't make that point good enough, well, I apologize, Ava. But
I think if you're gonna make that point, you shouldn't put trans shooter in the title.
that's a fair point.
the title indicates that you are going to discuss that frame, and that's a frame that's an
Right.
important cultural frame to have right now. And it's bizarre to me that you wouldn't have a trans person. Like I understand what your point was, and that's fine, but that's not how people are going to take it. Do you really think that people are going to let you just make that point without talking about trans people? This is like everything. This is like heaven for right wingers right now.
Yeah,
Like that they can exploit this trans thing. And so if you're going to have it in the title and you're going to discuss it, I would think that if you have a trans person that is like willing to be in a situation, like have that discussion, that you would have them on if their name is in the description of the video.
all right. Again, I literally posted from video to video. I will stop doing that. And
You're missing the
yeah,
point with
I
that.
know what you're saying. All right. Obviously, if this was like a month ago, you 100% would have been on. But I don't even know what the fuck's going on between us anymore. So I don't know. I don't even think you want to come on the show
I
anymore.
think that's disingenuous because I think that would
Not
mean that you
really.
would that means that you would think that if you asked me to be in that conversation that you assume that I wouldn't want to because of the Jake Hudson stuff, and I don't believe that.
Nick,
Well,
what is
yeah.
your just out of, can you summarize your solution in a country with probably about 500 million guns between registered and ghost
No, I
guns
I
and
don't have
everything
a
else?
solution. But
Okay, I
doing
thought you said you had an idea, so I
no,
was just
no,
wondering
no.
what
I'm
it was.
saying, but doing nothing is what we've been doing, and it's fucking. That's not going to do anything. So let's fucking try some fucking shit. Do fucking something. And
But
I
you
have a
have to. But you
couple
have to.
ideas. Go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say there's a few small things we can do to try and reduce it. Is it gonna stop it? No, because this country is fucking gun crazy for some fucking reason. But
But
Well,
you
go ahead.
have
I'm
to
sorry.
address the trans thing head on. It's an opportunity to have that conversation, and I
so to me, it's just they always come up with something. It's video games, it's movies. Now it's trans. They just cling to anything of it. So that's what it is to me. Just their stupid
I don't
excuse of
think
the
that's
month.
true. I don't think that's.
How can
I'm
you
sorry.
not
I'm
see
sorry.
that? That's what they always fucking do. Like it wasn't always trans. That's a new thing to them. It used to
I
be other things before.
I think that when their back is against the wall and a politician has to make a press conference like in front of like the parents of like 100, you know, um, in front of the parents of 100 like dead shooting victims, they'll say mental health. But the way that this normally goes is that they just try to bury these shootings under the rug and not get into the whole thing. With the trans thing, it's a whole different thing because this is a way out of Epstein. Everyone is salivating for the opportunity to attack trans people, and that's
Yeah, of
really a
course.
huge part of this. And you can't just brush it off and make a gun argument in it. And it's
Can
just
I,
weird to me that
Ava? Can I ask a question?
Mhm.
When you say that everyone's waiting, just waiting or salivating against trans people, is that just because you see that's your perspective? I mean, I will tell you that for the last 3 years, I've seen the Trump people think that everything was anti-Trump, like everything was about them and owning them. Every time there was a shooter, the first thing they were looking for is, oh, is he a right-wing Trump lunatic? Right?
that's
And
that's concurrent with what I'm saying. That existed, but I unless you guys want to challenge me on this, I would argue that trans is kind of like the dunking thing, like that makes people salivate. Like, did you see the Owen Troyer from InfoWars? He quit the show and he's in a fight with Alex Jones right now. Like, there's a clip where he was discussing that shooting because that was the last straw for their relationship with each other. But the way even he described it, it was like, this is a home run. This is like what Trump wants. Like, people like the trends is an easy political issue, and people have tried to force it when it's not even there because it's so easy. Where they just like decide that people are trans shooters when they're not even trans shooters. You don't see that.
you do see that. You see
Yeah,
it. You see people that, like, a guy will shoot up a supermarket, and the first question, right? The Trump question was the first one. Is it some right-wing manifesto? And then I
It was like a
remember
white
back,
straight male. And if it was a white straight male, it would have got even more news. It would have got even
right?
more news. A
And
hundred
yeah. See,
percent.
see,
A
I
hundred
agree.
percent.
See, and I'm a person that didn't do that and challenged people on the left about attacking white straight people when that was the whole thing. I would say that the converse of that is trans people to attack the left. Is that fair to you?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
no, definitely. I mean, I just think it is tragic. It is terrible. I mean, that's an understatement. Anytime a child is murdered on a line, I don't know what I can say on YouTube. Sorry, I'm not trying to get in trouble, Schmuel. But the way I
Say it.
look at it, and I'm a huge, for you guys don't know, very much a 2A advocate to the nth degree. With so many guns in such a humongous country, both in land mass and population and different cultures all over the country, you would think it'd be happening 100 times a day, right? So, yes, I'm not saying this correctly because I don't want to dismiss like how terrible it is anytime one of these things happen, and I would love to happen less. But I don't know, man. I just think that if violence was such a problem, gun violence was such a problem with responsible gun owners, with so many guns and so many people in this country, it truly would be like the Wild West out there, and it's not. It really isn't. So
It is compared to other countries, but I understand that the gun issue is not. We're gonna have guns here, so I don't even bother with that issue.
mhm.
Yeah, I got to push against that because, like, whenever there's one person attacked by one undocumented immigrant, it's the end of the world. It's too much. But school shootings are just gonna happen. Like, that's not acceptable. That pre Columbine, this shit didn't fucking happen. That was fucking 25 years ago. So I don't know what the fuck's been going on the last 25 years, but we had a ton of guns pre 1999, and this shit wasn't fucking happening.
A dang lizard. That's not. I would challenge. Dang lizard said Schmuel does have a point because we're hanging out in a mostly conservative right wing space right now. Our perspectives become low warped, seeing an over representation of trans hate. I would challenge that because the reason I'm always 10 steps behind the news of the Dabbleverse is because I follow like pop culture and politics more than any of this stuff. And no, it's not a Dabbleverse thing. The trans hate thing is a major political issue. It's a like you saw it after the election. The Democratic Party threw trans people under the bus because it was just like it's a bad issue, and it's gross when a shooting like this becomes a referendum on it. When there's details like the shooter not being on HRT, which Nick didn't discuss on the show, and the shooter not having a manifesto that has anything to do with being oppressed as a trans person. The only discussions they had as a trans person were about their own conflicted views about it, but the reason that they were violent had nothing to do with it, which Nick didn't mention. And
Yes,
so
I did. I said it had nothing to do with it. That was my whole point. That it literally was stupid. It had nothing to do with it. I didn't want to give it fucking. There we go. Whatever.
actually, Nick's right. I was wrong on that last one, but the one before I wasn't.
All right. Let's do you guys feel like you got your point out? So what I want to do is I
Yeah.
want to let the chat ask questions, and I'm going to try very hard to avoid just asshole bullshit. But
Good luck.
I know, but I'm going to let them go there. But I'm just going to ask our guests that we not scream at the chat because yelling brings back my childhood trauma. But seriously, all right.
You got to get Rochi on because I'm gonna fucking slay that fat fuck.
I
Okay, but go ahead now.
If Rochi wants a link,
like
if Rochi chats
He's
that he
got a real
wants a
problem with
link,
me.
I'll send it
Rochi
to him.
makes me sick. Makes me ill.
But there's probably a lot more than just his trans stuff that makes you ill,
I
right?
mean, you don't have to look any further than he's a fucking Euro. I mean, there's no reason.
Oh,
See, that's the other
he's just a slob. It's just horrible.
See, I think the what do you call it? Like the Euro stuff and whatnot. It's like
I didn't make
we
that
just
point.
need somebody to hate. It feels like we just need somebody to hate. And
I didn't know Rochi until Rochi just constantly just slings trans hate at me all the time, and that's what I'm responding to. I didn't give a fuck about Rochi until then.
But Rochi slings hate at everyone, so he's always looking for what the one thing that's gonna put you in your feels or get you to respond. That's what
So
he's
should I
gonna
not?
do.
So should I just not defend myself as like one of the only trans people in this space when someone like him just constantly, just says horrible shit?
No, but at the same time, you got to know if somebody is just doing it to push your buttons.
I don't think
That
it's.
when you respond, you're just you're egging them on more, right?
I don't think with Rochi it's that I get a sense that Rochi is a trans problem. Like Rochi hates trans people. as probably a lot of people do, but they don't just sit there and fucking comment on me every time I'm on a stream like that.
Right, but okay, and I'll say about Rochi. Whenever I'm on something that Rochi's there, Rochi will comment on me in some negative way, trying to get my goat, so to speak, and I I ignore it or I laugh it off. But it's not as
If
serious
Rochi
as
if
the
Rochi made
trans
those
thing.
if Rochi made those attacks to you constantly on the basis of you being a white straight man, would you react any different?
Cons- yeah, but what different? I don't understand that.
Is that just the same as him just saying anything insulting to you?
I know what she's saying because like in my case, I get called like a communist or whatever the fuck in all these rooms, and I ignore it because I'm not a communist, so it's very fucking easy for me just to ignore. Ava's actually trans, so it's really an insult. I get what she's saying. You know, Rochi or these guys say whatever against us, and we ignore it because it's not fucking true.
There's an inherent thing that's like kind of unspoken when you're in one of these groups like that, where it's like if you're the only person and they just get a bunch of these lines off and you don't say something, it's like a win. And then so if you're a trans person and that's happening, you kind of wrestle with, do I respond to that since I'm the only trans person around on camera? You know what I mean? So that's like the
Well,
thing I struggle with.
I would say you're presuming it's a win when Final Boss went after you, right? For
He admitted
trans
that he thought that
for
that
for
was a win.
being for
That was a
being
win for
trans.
him. That was like a slam
It
dunk easy
it
win.
might have been a win for him, but he was universally scorned for that. I mean,
Right, and the
no
way that
one but
what the
him
way
thought he won that.
but the yeah but the way yeah but it started the same way this started, and Nick knows that. And so what I'm doing is activating scorn right now. Like I took Final Boss to a stream and fucking made him deal with it because he did it on a certain level, and Roji is doing it on a totally similar level as Final Boss did. So that's what's happening right now.
Dang lizard! I didn't see it as yelling, and I get Ava's point. I'm just wondering if, similar to migration, it has become such a controversial topic that the media representation focuses on these issues for clicks.
It does, but it's because there's a lot of middle age. It's because there's a lot of people that have a reasonable, that don't have any like exposure to trans people, that have apprehension about it, and that's on the people, on trans people and people on the left, to articulate that to people that don't know any trans people. And that's why I'm kind of giving Nick a harder time than I would give anyone else, in the sense that it's like these opportunities are important because they have political consequences where people will vote on something like that. So yeah, the clicks happen, but I know y'all don't care about this, but like those clicks also lead to like trans people not getting health care, and those things matter to someone like me. And I'm not talking about kids. I'm talking
Well,
about adults.
we're talking right, but we're talking about. I mean, it is an issue, right? Like it is an issue. Nick said there's nobody before 1999. There were no school shootings. How many trans people
I
did you
didn't say there
know?
were none, Schmuel. I just
No,
meant
I'm
like
sorry,
we
but
weren't
we
But
didn't
having them like
see it.
yeah.
trans people have been here forever. Like look up like Lily Elby. She's like, I have her painting right there. That's like 1915. Like shit.
Right. I'm not arguing that people. I'm not, and that's not what I'm saying. And I shouldn't have said none. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that there's been an explosion, right?
It's
Of
no, it's
pe-
political propaganda. And I understand that a lot of it is because the Democratic Party leaned on that to cover up for their own like corruption as far as economics go. And it got out of hand where people were like, hey, they were going to go into a direction where children were being given medications and having surgeries in a way that made people uncomfortable. And so there was a natural good reaction by people on the right to question that. And what I'm arguing is that there's been an overcorrection now, and it's just punching down and taking away trans people's rights where it doesn't apply. And what we've lost in that is the ability to have the conversation we should have been able to have, um, about trans issues and about trans teenagers and about what roles a parent, like what authority a parent has in those situations. We missed that conversation. We just went from one extreme to the other. And so right now we're in the other extreme of it, where trans adults have their healthcare taken away, and it's just this polarizing issue. And so in this moment right now, on top of that, y'all already won that issue like the Democratic Party threw trans people under the bus, and then so now what we're doing is just every time there's a shooter, it's like, hey, were they trans? And then it becomes this whole thing. So that's what I'm responding to at this moment right now.
What health rights are being taken away? You're talking about government funded, like Medicaid or state? What
Yes, for
health?
example, if you're an adult and you're on Medicare, and like before, like when I transitioned, it was during Trump's first term, and so there was a all health care, like all health insurance companies were required to cover gender affirming care, assuming that it was done through a certain procedure, which involves seeing a mental health professional. You have to like have lab testing. There's like a
Right.
stringent set of rules.
Process,
So
right.
that has changed now because Trump, what he's doing is using the federal government to challenge other institutions in the sense that your university loses all federal funding if you talk about transgender issues. The CDC is not allowed to talk about, and like this is what I'm studying in school, and it's like we can't even talk like research this like the psychology and the science of transgender people anymore because
But are
all
you?
these people are having their funding reversed, and so that's affecting adults.
But are you talking
And
about
so
just the
and that
ACA? Or are you talking about? I mean, private insurance companies can still offer these benefits,
gender
or
affirming care was
you're
across the board. It wasn't. It was private and public.
right.
And by the way, in like Pakistan, this was like gender affirming care was a standard like in 2011.
Right, but
And
private companies still offer the care needed, correct? It's not illegal to offer that care if you're a if you're United Healthcare or Blue Cross Blue Shield or whatever company, they
it's
still
not
have those programs.
it's not illegal,
So
but poor trans people that are poor and on Medicare, the states have they start revoking care in those situations
right,
because
so we're
the
talking now socialized medicine is more of like right that kind of that. I mean, I think that's what kind of
that's where we're at right now, and that's a good counter to what I'm saying. I would argue that there's it goes that's where we're at right now, and like he's only been president for 9 months,
yeah,
and
you
so
lefties aren't going to make it, man. You guys are melting down.
I think we are, and but I think that it's not going to be because or despite trans issues.
No, I don't think it's no. I'm just saying the left in general. I mean, 9 months in, and you guys are losing your fucking mind. I'm not even
Yeah,
a Trump guy, but it is fun to watch.
well, I make a distinction between lefties. Like I think me and Nick are probably not excited about the
Yeah, we
Democratic
don't
Party,
like the
but I think
Democrat Party, dude.
but I think the Democratic Party is going to like win, but they're my enemy too.
Yeah, like I don't get excited when they're like, "Oh, let's
Yeah, they're
let's
gonna
fight.
win
We'll
with like
win."
they're gonna win
Yeah,
with like Gavin Newsom or someone
yeah.
that's a
So who gives a
fucking
fuck?
goblin. Yeah,
He fucking sucks.
exactly.
It's
So this all sucks, which I believe is Granny or possibly the partner of 2K. I don't hate you for being trans. I don't like you for the decision you made.
Okay.
but
But there would be right, and isn't there? There's an argument. I think you would say you are trans, and
I
you
am.
are a man born. You are a man born in a woman's body,
Mhm,
and this is affirming, and
mhm.
you think you have all the backup. Um, but there are arguments on the other side that you can't be if you're born a man, you're a man. You're not going to be a woman.
Mhm.
So
But then, like, but
go ahead.
the conversations that I wish people like Nick would have when they talk about these things is that we have to like, what are the terms? Like, do we recognize that biological sex and gender are different? And most people, even on the right, will acknowledge that difference.
What's the
And
difference?
gender is like an expression of biological sex in the sense that it's like I am a biological male in the sense that I'm not born ovaries, etc., etc. I'm born a man. Like, but
Okay.
this is my gender expression. Um, and that's a different thing.
So you're saying
Okay.
gender is a social construct? Is that what you're kind of getting at, or am I simplifying too much what you're trying to say?
It is.
All right. So then that
I
which
mean, like,
leads me.
where's the actual the you like?
I'm not being a dick. I'm just trying to I'm trying to
No,
follow
no,
along. That's
no.
all.
No. I love that question. You're not. I'm not like triggered by that. That's a good question.
So what?
Like,
But are you then saying, look, if I decide, if if I'm born in this body and I think I'm a pirate, and I want to be a pirate, and I want, and that means having a peg leg and having an eye poked out. That my medical insurance should pay for that. Is that
A
because that
pirate is a job, Schmuel. It's not a fucking.
it's an idea? It could be.
I love that. I
Assuming
love
that
that.
assuming that it's an identity, but and I say that because you saying you are a woman, right? You're a man and you're a woman, and you're a man born in a woman born in a man's body. I'm so sorry. And this is
I
your
didn't say that.
gender. Your gender. Okay, but you did say you were born biologically a male,
Mhm.
correct? All right, and you're expressing. This is you expressing your gender being a woman.
Gender.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Your gender being a woman, right? Is
Right.
it
Yeah.
the
So,
question then becomes
so you're
is
speaking
that a
to
is
the
that a is that a personal choice? And if you're talking about Medicare or Medicaid, should the citizens of the United States be forced into paying for that based on something that's your personal choice? Or are you saying it's inherently scientific and we're treating an illness or
that's
a condition? We're treating a condition is probably a better way to put it.
yes. That's a very good question. The reason I brought up the Medicare aspect of it was to illustrate that the winds have shifted in that direction where these rights are being taken away, and I was pointing out the Medicare aspect of it, which is showing that we're going in a particular direction, and I was trying to say that we're going in that particular direction, and we are in the opposite situation of when we were, where like all these woke people were winning and in control of this. Because I'm trying to illustrate that there's a punching down element of it that is just now throwing it all into one thing and not making a distinction between people under the age of 18 and older. Now, if you want to have a conversation about whether Medicare and Medicaid should cover that, that's a separate issue, and I think that it would be reasonable for someone that doesn't agree with any of this to want to question that. That wasn't the point of why I brought that up.
I guess what part of what I'm asking is you say rights are being taken, right?
Yes.
And we assume in this country that rights are inherently granted. That's what a right is.
Mhm.
And so I don't understand what rights are being. If I'm arguing that this is just you expressing yourself the way you believe that you are and you should be expressing yourself, right?
Mhm.
And you want to pay for it, nobody's going to stop you from doing that. But why is it? But you're saying it's a right that you're entitled to this gender affirming care. And that's kind of where I'm trying to figure it out.
I think parsing that is a whole different thing than what the reason I brought that up.
But isn't that where? But it all goes back to that.
No, it doesn't go back to that because the point I was making was about persecution of a protected class. Like gender affirming care is part. There is a set standard of what gender affirming care means, and that was put into law, and that's what private and public health insurance companies abided by.
What was put into
That
law
has
that
been that
you
is
were
being taken away. So you can say that shouldn't have been a right in the first place, but it was an established right. That is being
no,
taken
it
away.
was never
It was it was an established right
it was never
that
put into law. It was issued through regulation. Two very different things.
the
On
mandate on gender affirming care.
on a federal level. Go ahead.
Let's look that up. If you want to parse that, that's a whole separate thing.
Well,
The,
no, I'm not. It's not about parsing. It's about you're saying it's a right, and I'm saying to you, people who disagree with you are not saying to you you can't do what you want, but they're saying why should I pay for it? Number one, and number two, is it a good thing or a bad thing that we're doing that?
I gotta jump real quick on the paying for the shit because that always drives me nuts. Like, um, like people always like think they're paying for all this shit for fucking welfare, and it's like if you make like 50 grand a year, you pay like whatever, like $50 towards like fucking food stamps or something. So people act like they're paying for all this shit when they're really not, and then they never fucking complain like, geez, we're paying for fucking ICE to act like the fucking Gestapo and go in unmarked vehicles and kidnap people. We're paying for
but
fucking Israel to commit a fucking
they're all
genocide, and nobody
it,
cares about that.
it's
Like, no,
but
like,
that's not.
like,
But
You're
that's
can I-
not.
100% wrong.
Can I add to that? And
How am I
look,
100% wrong?
The reason I'm
People
having
bitch about the spending, what is it, 800 trillion? I don't even know what the number is, the defensive budget, greater than the next 5 countries combined or whatever.
No.
People complain about the military budget all the time and the military
Not
industrial
like
complex.
this. Not like
no,
this.
but
Yeah.
and I think that like I'm totally happy to have this issue debated, but we're losing what I was saying, because this issue becomes about like Medicare and Medicaid, and then you start getting into, if I'm a Christian, do I want to be paying for people to have abortions and all those things? And that's just a whole separate conversation that this is grouped into, because we're talking gender affirming care is, if you're going to make that counter argument about Medicare and Medicaid on just the basis of like whether someone should be entitled to have health care cover it, then we have to get into all that, and that's a whole separate thing. I was talking about a political dimension about the shooter and all that. So if you want to have that, we can have that, but that's not the point I was making in the beginning.
But it is. But it goes to that point. I mean, you can't talk about the shooter and you can't talk about all these other things without going back to the original, right? You can't, like, you want it to be the way it is, but how did it get there? And are the people who are pulling back from it, are they just mean and evil and wrong, or do they have a point? I mean, there was a time in this.
We got here because you pointed out that I said people are losing rights, and so I'm making that argument on the same basis that someone would make the argument that people lose rights when they're not allowed to get Plan B. You're arguing that dimension of it. That's what I meant by rights, is that there's an established set of rights in terms of healthcare rights, but if you want to start getting into a libertarian, like, I don't think that we should pay for that, and that's a whole.
No, it's not.
We lose
that's not
focus.
That's not at all. It's not. We're not losing focus. We're right on focus. It's the same thing. Look, if you want Plan B to be required, all Congress has to do is pass a law, and they could have done it. They had a president. They've had presidents, with few exceptions, that certainly would have signed legislation, but Congress can't pass the law. I don't know if you remember Judge Scalia,
Yes.
right? So Scalia's giving a conversation at Oxford, and somebody asked him about all this, the abortion thing and everything, and he goes like, just pass a law. The reason why it's going to the Supreme Court is because they don't have the balls to pass a law. So
No, they don't want to. They want it to be an issue every time there's a fucking election. There are certain things that they never want to solve because they want it to be a fucking campaign issue, and that's one of them.
But then how is your and I might be assuming here, but then your solution, or at least your side, seems to be more government, when government can't do shit. Like, they can't do the most basic things.
About.
And then
we're not Democrats.
These guys want to have a libertarian argument about government.
It's not really libertarian.
No.
I think it's a valid point.
I'm not a libertarian. I don't want to have a libertarian argument.
I think you don't realize you're a libertarian.
But I'm asking you.
Every time we talk about this shit, I'm like, this guy's.
I'm not a libertarian, because I think the thing where people say the government can't do anything right is dumb. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean,
what's the last thing they did right? That doesn't
libertarian.
include military. What's the last thing the government did?
I don't know.
Name something. Name something.
I
It should
drive
be
up
easy.
and down. I
Medicare.
drive up and down the Garden State Parkway all the time.
Roads.
that's-
That's so
it's a-
fucking weak.
It's
So
a beautiful thing that they did.
Panhandler, here's what's going on. Right now, the government does whatever the fucking billionaires and corporations pay them to do. Why don't we? That's why they're not doing what's good for us. They're doing what's good for the fucking top whatever 0.1%.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of. I mean, I'm more of an ANCAP kind of collapsitarian, but that's a whole different story. But yeah, no, it's definitely. What's that?
Nothing.
No, what you know? Say it. Say it.
I'm just busting your balls.
No, I want you to.
Still trying to get us back to where we started.
Yeah, we went way
But
off.
I'm giving up soon on that.
We did go off the topic.
We really did. Like, this will just go.
I'm trying.
My point is basically they're all corrupt. It doesn't matter what little letters.
I know
in the
that's
name.
what your point is.
They're all corrupt.
Right.
To Nick's point, they all are bought and paid for by somebody, whatever side they're on. The
For anyone
lobbyists,
investing in
everybody on K Street, it's all bullshit. The fucking PACs, all that stuff is detrimental to the actual ham and eggers, like the 3 or the 4 of us. Excuse me.
Yep.
So then
I'd be happy to
what you're
have
saying is
one.
we're not going to have we're none of these problems are going to be solved because Nick is convinced that billionaires and corporations make all the decisions, or
They do.
a panhandler thinks that government just can't do anything right,
They can't.
and I think those are just patently false.
They are.
And I'm totally in agreement that totally in agreement that corporations get away and billionaires get away with stuff. But the fact that you think that they run and make all the decisions, 90% of the billionaires are left-wing politicians are the biggest funders.
That is such a
That's
retarded thought.
Tell me who's all right.
Who was in the front row of Trump's inauguration? All the fucking tech billionaires.
Because they wanted to get in on the AI.
And that's why they were.
They didn't support him 4 years ago, right? They knew he won. So that's why Sam Altman and fucking Plantier.
I just want
Plantier's a field guy.
I just want everyone watching this to know that, like, 5 minutes ago, this was what I was trying to be like. No, it's not, because this is where we're ending up at. Here we are.
Right, but I'm gonna look. But it's an important argument, right? And I
it is, but it's not that. This is not a trans argument. This is about government.
But I will try to keep us. Well, it is, according to Nick, it is a trans argument, because the reason why trans don't get anything is because billionaires don't want us to have it. And that's the reason why if they're the ones making all the decisions, then that's what Nick's saying.
How did you get that from anything Nick said at all?
I said the billionaires are right now. To me, the trans people aren't getting anything because they're a fucking scapegoat for the fucking Democrats, and they're the fucking boogeyman for the Republicans. That's why.
Trans people are not. It's not even that they're not getting anything. We're not in code red, like, about that. I'm just talking about the political discussion about it.
But isn't that what we're talking about? Aren't we talking about the political?
No, you're talking about watching my Medicare pay for your trans titties.
Isn't that a political argument?
That's a different. Do you understand that that's a different?
No, why is it a different argument? It's all political, right? The reason why Medicare exists is
Nick.
political.
Nick, I forgive you for everything. I love you.
See, Schmuel brought us back together.
No, do you think that Medicare happened because people wanted it to happen, or because politicians wanted it to happen? It certainly wasn't because it was necessary.
Outside of that, outside of like the big headlines about it, Medicare is like a pragmatic thing, and if you look at the economics of Medicare, like, the return on investment is insanely more, like, if you really care about spending and fiscal responsibility, than private health insurance. That's just not even disputable. It's easy to just sit here and, like, get into, like, the concept of should we even pay for Medicare, things like that. But when you get into the nitty-gritty, Medicare has existed. It keeps people out of poverty. Social Security keeps people out of poverty. And those are examples of government doing well. You guys can just come up with a bunch of spin, but at the end of the day, there's tangible things that aren't salacious and really exciting in these debates to say, but, like, they just are helping people in a corrupt economic system.
See, that's what you're doing is you're sort of introducing this kind of it's almost a red herring, because you're not dealing with the issue, right? You're talking about. Wait,
what are some
I have
examples?
never heard. I have
Panhandler
never
said, what are
heard
some
anywhere, and I'm pretty aware of stuff. I've never heard the ROI on Medicare is positive. Never have I heard that.
Do you have any idea about like negotiating drug prices and what Medicare does that private insurance doesn't? Like, you actually don't know that? Do you want me to?
No. I don't. But
let's talk about that.
What are you talking about? Medicare negotiating private drug prices?
Drug prices. Yeah,
right. And so do health insurance companies. It's almost as if when
Medicare is the insurance company, and the tax dollars of people are behind, like, are being represented that suddenly these things don't cost as much as what private insurance charges people. Like, this is not even.
Private insurance doesn't charge. How does private insurance charge people? Private insurance pays for it.
They deny coverage, though. The way that they pay for that is by
Do you
denying.
know how many drugs are denied on Medicare that you cannot get? Many of the drugs that are covered under private health insurance are not covered under Medicare.
Yeah, and you keep arguing more for that in this trans conversation.
Arguing more for what? What am I arguing more for?
I don't want to pay for trans people shit. Yeah, there's things that Medicare doesn't cover that private insurance does.
I don't want to pay
Right.
for anybody's shit, in case anybody's wondering.
Huh?
I said I don't want to pay for anybody's shit.
I know that about you.
Okay.
We never talked about it, but I've ascertained.
Yeah, but you have to pay for other people's shit. I mean, that's just it's
No,
part
you
of
don't.
being in a society, and even
don't.
if you don't want to, you're going to.
Yeah, no, I know I'm going to. The reality, I guess you have to, but it's not right. It's theft.
Holy shit! I just missed this. I need to figure this out. Look at this. We got from Brandon Landon $100. Ava, you know Veli
Brian.
Ray. What are your connections to Portland City Rose Antifa?
I don't know what Valley Ray is, but people have asked me that before. I don't know.
Yeah, I was on a stream with you the other night. Somebody asked about that too, and it's
Yeah, what is
Brian
it?
Landon.
I assume it's
Sure.
like some trans person, or I don't know. I've never looked into it.
Brian Landon. All right, that's gonna stay up there for a bit.
Well,
And
Portland Rose City Antifa. When I lived in Boston, I was in this music scene, and there was a person that was like, he's a stand-up comedian that always hung out with us. He lives here, and he is the guy that got punched by what's that guy's name? He was the January 6th FBI informant from Patriot Prayer. But my comedian
Ray
friend.
Epps? Or no, not no.
No. Ray Epps didn't do anything
No,
here.
yeah.
Oh, wait, fuck, what's that guy's name? He's buddies with Gavin McInnes and all them.
Oh, the Puerto Rican guy. I can't.
Yes,
say his
that
name.
guy. That guy
Yeah,
punched
yeah.
my friend from Boston, who's a stand-up comedian who is in Rose City Antifa. Like, in the way that happened was, my friend was just walking down Broadway here, and then that person just yelled something like, all Mexicans should get out of the country. And then my friend flicked him off, and then he got out of the car and just beat him to like a pulp, which created a record that ended up leading to him getting federal charges. But then he sold Proud Boys out and became an FBI informant. But he was instigating January 6th and all that. But my friend is the guy that started that guy's trek into the FBI business.
well, one might argue his beating somebody randomly was what started his trend into that. All right.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have brushed under the rug because they saw a bunch of crazy Antifa people, but like Antifa were responding to something that was happening here, and it was these people in this group called Patriot Prayer, who are Proud Boy informants that came from Vancouver, and they just hold these demonstrations. And I went to check it out because I was skeptical about the lefties on it, but like they just would hold these demonstrations and just yell like racial slurs. Like, I have footage of it on one of my hard drives, and they just would provoke people. So Antifa would eventually be like, fuck you back, and then they would just get in fights with each other.
But I don't remember any of those. I don't remember the Proud Boys showing up with clubs and bats. Now they may have. I don't remember them doing that.
Well,
Oh,
okay,
dude.
sorry, excuse me. Schmuel, somehow you pissed off your biggest donator. So I'm not sure who Brian's calling a liar. I don't know if he's talking to you or.
All right, hold on a
Maybe-
second.
maybe
I need.
clarify.
We're gonna get there.
Okay,
Could you
okay.
do,
Still
could
wanna-
you could you do me a favor, Ava, and
And shut the fuck
just
up.
look. No. Google who
Enrique
Google
Torrio,
the name
yes.
Veli
Enrique-
Ray, please.
Enrique Jones is right. It's Enrique Torrio. That guy. The reason he got into the system is because he beat the shit out of my friend who's a stand-up comedian here.
All right, Brian Landon.
Look it up. Look, you can see a picture of
who's a-
my friend.
No. I believe that. That's not what you're lying
I'm talking
about.
to Brian.
Brian is asking you. Brian seems to think you know who Veli Ray is, and you don't. But could you do me a favor? Could you pull it up? You seem to be quick on the computer. Pull it up really quick and let's see who Veli Ray is.
He looks like he's a YouTuber who like goes around interviewing people in Portland, like on the streets and shit. That's
Could,
what it looks like.
is Veli Ray
There's a YouTube page
Antifa
called Valley
or
Ray.
Veli Ray on the other side? I mean, let's suss this out.
When I Google, like, are you guys pulling up results for that name? I think this is what happened last time.
So I found a YouTube page of it. It says Valley Ray. In the description, it says documentary and history research on Portland, Oregon, and the world in real life, fair use, educational purposes. Real raw street content on Portland, Oregon. Looks like he walks around the streets of Portland, Oregon. Looks like he's recording and interviewing people. I don't know.
Is he like an Antifa person?
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure. He looks like a fucking
Oh,
D-bag.
no, I'm getting a vibe of what's going on here.
He's in like a leather jacket with sunglasses and his
Mhm.
hair slicked back. So I don't know
No,
what
I'm
to
wondering if he's
think.
like an Andy No, whatever his name is, trying to just
Andy
stir up
No
trouble, or
Andy No is the lowest level of
Didn't your
scum.
Antifa friends beat him up? Didn't that happen a few years ago?
I hope they did.
Is that the guy I'm thinking about?
Who's
Whack.
more deserving of an ass beating
I don't
besides me and Andy No? Andy No is garbage.
Yeah, I could have the wrong person. I could be thinking the wrong person that somebody got beat up supposedly by a
No,
Antifa person
Andy No got like
in your
milkshaked by Antifa.
in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, Andy No got milkshaked by Antifa. But he's like I can speak from I know that he just lies about so. I mean, he's just like a fucking like. Have you watched the court? If you want to adjudicate, if anyone wants to understand who he is, watch his court. There's like you can watch the video of his court appearances for the lawsuits he's been in, and you'll see how much of a fucking shuckster that guy is. He's
Yeah,
lying.
like I said, I'm not that familiar about it. I
Mm.
just know the name, and I thought there was some sort of he went viral for 2 minutes for getting bricked or something like that.
I don't know,
In,
but
in
also
your neck
like
of the woods up in the northwest somewhere.
like if people want to associate me with that, like I'm like
I'm
the
busting
reason
your
the
jaw.
reason I have overlap with any of those people is because I used to play in I've always played in bands, and so there's people that I know that like not even really more than two people I can think of that have had associations with Antifa, but you really have to understand that Antifa was responding to the Patriot Prayer group coming here, and when the Patriot Prayer group all got busted, you can see a direct line where suddenly Antifa, there's not these fights anymore.
Right,
Like
but I mean that's usually the way it goes. It's usually
Antifa
one
was
group
responding.
responding to another. But that's I mean that's usually the excuse or the justification. It's always one group responding for another. I mean I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't.
I understand that point. Like
Yeah.
my like, I think because like I grew up in South Carolina, and I know how brutal it is to actually be brown there in terms of police and things like that. I've never had that anti-authority thing that a lot of people have. I'm always like, and probably against Nick on this, where it's just like I've never wanted to defund police or anything like that, and so my bias was always against, like before I went and saw those protests, was against Antifa, because my bias was that y'all don't understand what it's like in other states, because the police in Portland, I've been pulled over once and I was treated incredibly nicely. It was my fault. And it's just the opposite of what it's like in South Carolina or Massachusetts, where cops are bullies and they pull you over all the time. So
Yeah, I'm no friend of cops. I mean, I'm not a.
no,
I'm not protecting the thin blue line, or I can't stand
no,
cops
but I'm
either.
trying to
They're
illustrate that
statists.
I'm not like some Antifa person.
Yeah.
Because but that was my bias. But there was a part of me that was like, where I went to the protest during those just to watch, like from the back, and what I saw was like Patriot Prayer people like instigating shit. And you have to understand that a lot of people in the West Coast live in poverty and are generations deep in like in homelessness. So a lot of those people have like nothing left to lose, and that are in Antifa, and so they just have that street mentality about fighting back. And I will say that like when I lived in South Carolina, there were so many times where somebody would call me like the N word, and then I would get thrown out of the bar. And here, if somebody did that and Antifa were there, they would like, I would have justice. And so it's a
Yeah, but
it's a complicated whole issue.
right, but it's kind of crazy too because I spent a lot of time in some very rural area of the countries. You go to West Virginia, you want to see some poor areas just because it's not a city. I mean, these people are literally beyond poverty line, or some areas of
Well, God
Kentucky
knows
that
I'm not minimizing
yeah.
poverty
I'm
in
just saying
these
it's not necessarily a like an urban or a black thing or a a minority thing. I mean, there's a
I'm
lot of
not saying it's
poor
a minority thing. I'm
white
saying that
rural
there's homeless.
farmers.
I'm not making it about
Yeah.
race. I'm saying that we all acknowledge that in California and Oregon, there's a massive homeless situation. Like the West Coast has, like, having lived on both sides of the coast for years, like there's homeless people here way more than there is on the East Coast because the East Coast people put them all in jail. And
Also,
so
the weather's a lot nicer too, so that helps.
I think that's been debunked, but that is fair. But I think a lot of it was like in the 60s, like they let all those people out of those mental institutions and they all just were on the streets in California, and all those people procreated, and just there's just generations of homeless people on the West Coast from things like that. I'm just saying that a lot of those people are homeless, and so you can't, like, when you start getting into Antifa and trying to like attach that to the left or to the Democratic Party, which people like me and Nick find it to be enemies. It's just we're not having a real conversation.
Why are we not having a real conversation? Because you don't like the way they're being
No, she's saying
portrayed?
when no, she was putting that example. If I'm just labeling Nick or her Antifa because they're we're not like it's just kind of ad hominem, right?
There's a
Is that what
level
you're
of
kind of saying? That
there's a level of leftist that's like, I live on the streets, and if some fucking right wing racists are gonna come here, we're gonna fucking fight back, and that's what Antifa is. Then there's
Right, but
people.
the
Then
deal
there's
was
people,
is that the
let
so
me
wait.
finish. Let me finish and then
No,
respond.
no, no. Let me finish.
Okay.
My point is from what I saw and from what I've read, right? And if you guys remember Skokie in the ACLU, when the Nazis wanted to march through Skokie, the ACLU were the ones that got them the permission to march because they have a right to express themselves. They're views that you don't agree with. And what my view is that whether it's Patriot Prayer Group or anybody else, if they want to organize a rally that's nonviolent, they can do it. And what happened is that Antifa shows up with its physical militancy, deciding that
That's not accurate. I'm
This
okay,
arguing.
well
is
I'm using their words. I'm not
this
using.
is
I didn't make
rich.
that up.
This is rich. Listen.
I'm arguing, and I'll find, if you want, I'll find my hard drives of the footage I got when I went there, like just like and stood in the back. The It's not that the Antifa people came and instigated violence. I'm making the argument that the Patriot Prayer people instigated the violence, and they also, before they instigated physical violence, were just provoking people and yelling racial slurs at them. And I'm saying that on top of that, they also, like they did with my, like Enrique did with my friend Tim, just drove around beating the shit out of people that thought were leftists. I'm
Right.
making
And
that
wait,
argument, and I stand by that, and I can prove
but
that.
Enrique did that. And what was the consequence for Enrique? Right. He went to jail. He was arrested. Correct.
Actually, they let him out, and they let him instigate probably about 8 months of Patriot Prayer protests, and let him off, and gave him some kind of deal because the FBI.
Because he turned in a bunch of other people. Right.
but he spent some
No,
time after
because they wanted to provoke leftists at that time. It was during that the Trump, like if you went to the protests here around that time, the FBI and the police had an incentive to make the people on the left that were anti-police, which I'm not, but that's what they are. They they had an incentive to provoke them, and they did that in a lot of clever ways, where they would have informants that were going under as Antifa that would be the first person to throw something and start chaos. It's the same thing that they did to Trump supporters on January 6th.
So what I'm hearing is I'm hearing that Antifa apparently, or the FBI did exactly to Antifa what they did to the right wing groups.
In January 6th, it's directly analogous. I can speak from experience on that. It's the
They
same thing. They set up the fucking January 6 people and they set up the Antifa people in that same way.
So
The
the
FBI were behind
Antifa
that.
people went all dressed in bicycle helmets and armored clothing and stuff to just voice a counter opinion to Patriot prayer people.
I think
This is
Brian
this is
sent
why
something
this
to.
is what you interrupted me on, and I was trying to make a
All
distinction
right, make
about
the point.
the Antifa people. Is you have to understand that there's a degree of people that are homeless and that live in poverty and that they have no families and that they are just on a have a pact with each other that are willing to be violent. Then there's above that, then you have people like me and Nick who are like leftists on a Bernie Sanders level about economic issues. And then there's the Democratic Party. I'm saying that those three things are always grouped together, but they're all fundamentally different things. Like someone like me and Nick aren't going to go be violent. And we're not going to get into the same quandaries that like people in Antifa get into. But people in Antifa have a different like policy set because they're when people are just homeless and in that situation, then I can understand why people see them being violent and find that upsetting in the same way they should see Patriot Prayer being violent and that being upsetting.
But
But
they
I
do
was, I was
see
talking,
Patriot
one
prayer
moment.
being violent and upsetting.
I don't
That's what
think
we
that
have
was the.
police for, right?
I don't think that the people that harp on Antifa ever acknowledge the fact that there's guilt on both sides about that violence. I was trying to make a distinction though that when we have these conversations about the left, all three of these groups get grouped together, and so it's just not a cogent argument. Like when I like make a critique of something like Trump, people will be like, "Well, you were defending Joe Biden," and it's like, "No, I wasn't. I hate Joe Biden." And so
Right.
I'm just trying to say that when people say the left, it's just categorically like different philosophies at this
Right.
point.
I didn't say the left though. I'm trying to find out about the
I didn't say when Schmuel
individual
Buckman.
groups.
I didn't say when Schmuel Buckman says. I was making a point about the
All right.
discourse.
I think this is great. I'd love to do it here. You and me, Ava. This is from Brian Land, and let's find a venue for a civil debate because you are so full of shit. It's time to shut down this nonsense.
What nonsense!
But would Brian come on like just a voice only? I wonder with Ava.
No.
Yeah,
He's mad at me. Yeah, come on, turn your camera on and let's have that conversation.
Is Brian not a cam guy? Is that?
I don't know. I just know
I've never heard of that.
I see him a lot in MLC.
I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Very generous guy. So, but because I'm not very familiar with the Belly Ray either, or what he's kind of getting at.
Brian, I'm welcome. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to figure out a way to do it. DM me on X, and I'll try to put it together. And I mean, look, I prefer the camera. It's tough to do it without it, but if that's necessary, and Ava is willing, we can definitely work something out. And I apologize for being bad with the super tips. This is why I'm the world's poorest YouTube streamer. Dave Sarah, I don't know, but to get mad at Mir, JMO, or me for doing each other's shows is intolerable to me. And I don't know.
I don't know. Dave was fighting with everybody in the chat. I don't know what being Dave.
Brian says Ava's on Clowntown, saying very different views. All right, so my view of this is that what's happening is that we're mixing a whole bunch of things, and we're not figuring out. We're not solving or even addressing any of these problems. She had to go pee. Brian.
Can I ask you a quick question, Schmuel?
Sure, knock
something you were
yourself
kind of talking about a second ago, and I think you were. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but kind of implying that Antifa dresses a certain way, has certain, gear and protection. So obviously they might be looking for a fight, or whatever. Is that fair to say? Like you don't think they were looking for peace the way they were?
No, I don't.
armed?
Look, I think if you show up armed, you're looking for a fight. And I would say that about either side.
I actually agree with you. That's why I actually do, and that's why I always find interesting that Antifa gets all the shit, and then, fucking Kyle Rittenhouse and his militia, they're fucking heroes when they showed up to a peaceful protest armed to the teeth, and now people are dead. So, It's both sides. It's not just this Antifa thing. Like it's
the
Dude, you can't
fire,
say
the
it. That thing was
fiery but
peaceful.
mostly peaceful protest.
Dude,
that
I've been
Kyle
Bill-
Rittenhouse showed up
Buildings
to.
burning in
Come
the
on.
background.
No, I've been the fucking. You don't see. This is what's so frustrating, and Abba could speak more to that type of shit because I've only been to one
What was
protest
cool? What
that
was
got
the
out of
city that
hand.
locked down Chad? What was that fake city you guys created up there? Whatever, where you were
All I'm saying, dude, is
burning
like
the
you
shit.
watch there's so much footage. I covered this once. Like it's fucking the shit's always peaceful as fuck, and then all of a sudden the cops. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Let's leave the militia alone. Let's start spraying all the fucking protesters and fucking shooting rubber bullets at them, and then they take out their frustration on property, and the cops leave. Like that's what happens like fucking every time.
I just like I agree with Nick on a lot of that. Like those were the things that I thought about when I would go like watch the protest from the back, in the sense that it was chaos, and I understand what the police did more than I think Nick does, but that doesn't mean that there weren't instigators like in the
Oh, I'm
FBI.
sure there were. Right? Yes,
Uh,
yes. Like I'm saying, like I've only been on ones in East Coast. I went the one Boston protest that got very unruly. But
Well, the Boston police are brutal. Like
yeah,
that's the thing that I wish like was represented here, that like none of my friends on the left will like admit. Like our police here are like very reasonable, and even after all of that shit, like have come together with our city council, and like it's a nice place to live where police don't just pull you over all the time like they do. And like when I was in South Carolina, just if you drive, there's cop speed traps over. Like the police here don't fuck with you unless, and I'm brown, and like that, if people that want to make it about a racial thing, it's just I don't, when I get in my car, I don't feel like cops are gonna fuck with me for no reason. And I wish people on all sides understood that about the Portland police.
Right. There's separate. I don't want to talk about that because we'll get into it some night. But let's talk about
Schmuel.
why black people and brown people get pulled over more than whites and everything else. I think it's a larger societal issue.
Because they're less civil. They're less civilized.
I don't. You'd have to explain to me what less civilized means.
Well, they're not. Black people aren't evolved.
yeah.
Like we're all in different stages of evolution in terms of race, and black people just don't have impulse control.
And that's why they're getting pulled over. That's stupid. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Well, because the cops are like, "Hey, we got this black guy just driving really fast," and it's like,
Like,
no, they'll pull over anybody. The
They
thing
need
is
control.
that if you're going through
Yeah.
a speed zone, you're going through a speed zone.
No, dude,
But
they
poor
see a
people-
bike and they just
hey,
gotta
can I
have it.
finish?
Schmuel.
Poor people tend
Whoa!
to have more vehicle violations than non-poor people.
But
It's more
most
likely
poor people are
poverty
black. But
people
most poor
are
people
more
are black.
likely not have, insurance or a broken taillight or any of these things to pull people over. How it happens after they get pulled over, yeah, I guess. But I mean, if you're driving through, if you're in a town and 90% of the people, their cars go past those license plate readers. I got pulled over the other day for my registration being expired because of a license plate. Because I was, what do you call it? Because I got pulled over through a license plate reader.
Schmuel's such a complex person. Like his relationship with authority, but then he has like these.
Weren't you just
libertarian
advocating
impulses.
for more government, Schmuel? Now you're getting pulled over
Like
by
nobody's.
fucking
No, but
license
how
plate
did that- but
readers?
the thing
Anyone that
is-
tries to like just sum him up, like no, he's like the mess.
I was wrong. I was wrong. I got pulled over because I
How
was
were you wrong? Why should you have to fucking register your private property? You weren't wrong. Fuck the ticket. Fuck them. You shouldn't have to register your private property.
By the
Why
way,
are they charging
everyone in
you
the
for
chat,
that?
everyone in the chat, do you hear that? This is what I was worried with. This is why I was like, if we're gonna do this, we can't even talk about the trans thing anymore because Panhandler is just
lose
like,
my
why
fucking
should I
mind.
even have to?
Yeah, Panhandler's what is it? Traveling? He's not driving. Is that how that goes?
And
Yeah.
tell me
Yeah.
a successful society that has not registered their private property in the history of mankind.
The Roman Empire did all right for a while without registering anything.
Yeah, but they fucked each other in the
on the
ass.
backs of everybody. It was a totally class society. Roman citizens had it dick. Nothing ever happened to them, and they fucking ran other people into the ground.
It was
So,
kind of
I
tongue
mean,
in
is that
cheek.
what you want, or do you want a
I
system
don't
where
think I should
people
have to
can live?
register I should have license to go fucking fishing, to go hunting, to fucking pay property taxes on something I've already bought. Like, I mean, there's a ton of it's all fucking grift. Taxes on top of taxes on top of taxes.
But your
You're taxed
property
on the money you
taxes.
earn, you're taxed on the
All
money
right,
you
well then
spend.
carry your own shit someplace. Don't use a toilet. Then you don't have to pay taxes. Don't have a road that goes to your house. You
Right,
won't have
because
to pay
private industry
taxes.
wouldn't have done. You can't go to the
No,
roads. You're
no,
gonna make me
Schmuel, that's
fucking
not a good
crazy.
count.
You're gonna make me
That's
crazy.
not a good
That's
counter.
the
Like,
worst anti-libertarian argument. Roads, more roads. Stop
It's
it.
not just
what do
roads.
you,
it's
Panhandler?
sewers. It's
Have you ever
traffic
watched
lights.
Panhandler? What do you think
It's
about?
everything.
What do you think? What do you think about Sam Cedar Panhandler?
Uh, I'm not that familiar with him, so I don't really want to comment. I'm not that. I kind of came
He's
up
got a,
through.
he's the pinnacle of libertarian debates with libertarians.
Yeah, I mean, I was a Dave Smith guy for a long time before 2020. Like, his part of the problem, I kind of agreed with him on a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
But I'm more of a Rothbardian, Friedman, Hoppy
That's
type libertarian.
that's the joke about libertarians is that none
Yeah.
of them agree about what it is to be a libertarian.
Yeah, no, that's what we fight more than with each other than there's no real libertarian. That is the gig that you. But I'm
Well,
more of
I feel like the way to counter libertarian arguments is to acknowledge that the system is corrupt and that it is totally rational for him to feel like he shouldn't have to pay those taxes when he sees a society around him that's decrepit the way that it is right now. And then I would make a counter proposal that those taxes actually go to like tangible things. But talking about the roads is not the right way to engage.
Why is talking about? It's the most basic of government services.
and they can't even do that.
Libertarian can
can't-
just because the
What
libertarian
would
can
be
just
like without them? Like
Well,
honestly,
You're right.
No,
What
but
do
a
we did the
libertarian-
first
yep.
200 years without roads? What do we do?
a libertarian can just say private property
150
will. A libertarian can just say that private property or a private company will make those roads,
Right,
and then
exactly.
your counter would be, well, they wouldn't make those roads unless they got a financial incentive, so there'd be people
Right,
that
there'd
would
be a
receive.
toll.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
exactly. There'd be a toll. It'd be privatized, 100%. Right.
so
We should have
then
that debate sometime. I'll prepare for it if you want to go there.
libertarian arguments they just get lost on me because they make no sense at all.
They make more
Because-
and more sense at the like. The most sickening thing for me is like Jordan Peterson made a good point, which is that it's important that there's a strong left and a strong right, and then when you live in a capitalist society, the left has to check the right. So like we have phases of decades in this country where we move to the left or we move to the right, and it's important to have the other check it, and then we do these over corrections. But I do think that right now it's the argument against capitalism because it's not being checked in any way. And that's what people like Nick talk about with billionaires. So it needs to be.
How is it not being checked? Capitalism is checked all the time, right? You have
No.
Look, do you think that private health insurance companies, right? Private health insurance companies used to charge men and women different rates because it made economic sense. States went to
Panhandler. This is another reason why he's funny. Is like
states
all
went to
the things that you just said, but then he's like a shill for private and
no states went because it and
Go.
and the state said, guess what? You can't do that anymore. We're going to charge everybody the same. We're going to charge everyone the same price.
I think
Right?
that like I
and
don't.
that was a check on the corporations.
I think
right?
where I struggle and I haven't found
do
the reason. Okay.
Do you think that corporations would have the 3-day contract rule if they weren't forced to have it? Right? 3 days you sign a contract. Generally, you have 3 days to get out of it.
Do you want me to answer that or Pan?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, do you think that private corporations would have that on their own? Government forced them into it.
No, well, yeah, of course. Why? What am I? What?
Well, the libertarian argument would be, no, you are entering a contract with a corporation.
My view is an exchange for goods and services. So my risk is inherent if I do business with you. That is it. We come to an agreement on whatever it be, whether it be bartering money, Bitcoin, gold, whatever.
This is like
service, the government should not be involved at all. I shouldn't need a permit to rebuild my fucking back deck on a house that I bought, that I own. Right?
This is why I'm always like interested in like adding the psychology dimension to politics, which we don't do at all, in the sense that it's nihilism. Like Panhandler is a nihilist. Like,
100%.
and when you listen to the way he talks about women, he says that all women are liars. There's no point in listening to any of them. Like, he's a demented guy, and he's
I think I said
angry
they're all
and he's
evil.
bitter and
They're
all
all
those things.
evil.
But like when he talks and talks policy, you're just hearing, here's this guy that has these views. But then like when you get into it, it's like, well, you got a whole thing going on that's made you a complete nihilist. So like if you're just not going to accept the notion that things can be better, like then
I
we have
I
then
I
we
mean, I
should
could hope.
calculate
I
that.
could hope.
But then when someone like me talks about, trans rights, you should be like, well, they're trans, etc. And then the best we can all do is try to like have good faith things where we own the pros and cons. But
As
without that,
far as
these political conversations are hilarious
Right,
because
but
it's
as
just
far as
like
trans rights go or gay right or whatever, I don't even think there should be rights. Like if you're a grown adult
yeah,
and everybody concerns, you could fuck or be with and love whoever you want, how many other people you want in the privacy of your home. Again, as long as
libertarians are
yeah,
good
as
and
long as
trans rights issues.
again, no kids, no animals, nothing's being harmed, and everybody consents. Mainline heroin through your eyeballs if you want. I don't give a shit. Like it's none of my fucking business. So I don't think any of that stuff should be. But where I think some
That's the
libertarians
start.
myself
Go ahead.
get like a little fired up is okay, do you need, and I'm saying you in general, a pride month or a parade or a rainbow colored sidewalk? You know what I'm saying? Like what I don't know if that's necessary. And again, maybe because I'm
I have this like
so far
weird.
away from it type thing. Like it just
I
be
have
who
this
you are.
weird.
There should be no special treatment for anybody. I don't believe in egalitarianism. I guess that's what it doesn't exist. It's not possible. It
I have this
creates
weird
friction.
thing where I like really overlap with you on a lot on these. Like I'm a trans person that has never really hung out with trans or gay people and has never been to a parade or a pride thing or anything like that.
Right. I didn't
I'm
want you to
very
think that was being. I didn't
individualistic
want you to
about
think
that.
that was being a low blow or whatever, because it
I
really wasn't. But it
dude,
does
no,
fucking
you're good. You're
annoy
good.
me.
You're good. You're good. I
Yeah.
never thought that.
So
No,
Mr. Blue Sky
I was
says
relating with you
Yeah.
about that because I do have that thing about
libertarianism is based on everyone being rational actors.
You're right. That is
And I think
definitely a
that that's
problem.
correct, and I
Mhm.
don't think that people are rational actors.
No, it's a good counter. It's a good.
I added you, Nick. You're on the
Yeah, but a lot of libertarians are
you're there.
libertarians
Sorry.
because they don't believe that anyone is a rational actor, so they don't want them to have any impact on their life too.
It's really gotten. I mean, like I said, I'm more of an anarcho-capitalist or collapsitarian.
I
Like
know.
I've kind of
I
left the
ascertained.
I've left the Libertarian Party. But I just think libertarians has been so bastardized now, especially with Trump going to the convention, Robert F. Kennedy going to the convention. So many libertarians that voted for Trump or
Mhm.
or claimed to be libertarian. It got very right,
It will
a
a
little
libertarian.
more right.
It'll bounce back from that, but it'll never succeed because we have to live in
No,
a we have to live in a society.
I don't think a true third party will. It's that until there's an actual another revolution, there'll never be a third party. Like I mean, violence is the only thing that's going to change this. We're
Well,
not
Thank
voting.
you.
they'll never.
We're not voting our way out of this. Period. The end.
Nope. We
We're
need
not.
Antifa.
Well, I don't care whose side, as long as I get to do some violence. Because
That's why.
I never subscribed to the nap anyway. So
That's why, like, the least I for me is like I don't even bother with these discussions a lot because I can't help but look at the psychology of it. Because, like, at a certain point, you have to just say we live in a society, and either we like want to live in a society or we are going to be Darwinian, and those are not negotiable ideas.
I think we're being put in a box. This country's gotten too big, too many people, too many differences. It shouldn't. I think there should be a national divorce, and I'm not just saying one side. It should be multiple different states and a bunch of like-minded communities, and you just stick with your people if you want to,
But
or
we are
you just can't. It just can't. We're just no going back.
but
There's
we
just
Why
are
would you
no
want to
but we
stick
but
with
we
your
are
people, though? I don't.
but we are
like
so
99% of the other organizations on the planet. I mean, I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying there shouldn't be. If I want to live with a bunch of honkies or whatever, then why should that offend anybody? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. And if you want to live in this huge, melting pot, then you live there. Like it's just we're trying to force. We've gotten so polarized, and I don't think there's any going back. That's all.
No, I think that there is going back, but I do think that like that's why it's important to look at like how you kind of throw your hands up in the air in a bunch of different dimensions. And I'm not saying that to be patronizing because I actually relate
Yeah.
and understand with why you got to those places. But I think that because of that propaganda that you just talked about, like we forget that we're not that we've made a lot of progress and we're the issues that we're discussing aren't these extreme issues, but they feel so extreme. If you go like I went to Europe for the first time in December, and I went to Denmark, stayed there for 4 days. I went to then I went to Sweden, and then I went to Berlin. And when you look at those countries, like they have their politics don't affect their relationship with government. They have like this constructive relationship with government, where it's like Sweden, they didn't even do lockdowns during COVID. That wasn't a right or left issue. They just didn't do it. But
Right,
They had
because
great
but
success.
it's a
They had
it's a
great success,
homogeneous
too.
society.
that's my point, is that none of these things are politicized like that, but but those same people trust government to do these other things that are good, that are like about commerce and so like liberal rights and things like that. And so like there's examples of progressive taxation and just improvements on where we're at here that are right there, that we just refuse to look at in the United States, that we could learn from, but that here look like just like Pearl Harbor. Like, but they're just,
All right.
subtle improvements of what
So
we're
I
doing.
want to put up. I want to award this the funniest chat of the night. Hopefully, it'll cleanse our palates a little bit, and because we're gonna wrap it up in about 15 minutes. But Soren Ringholm, national divorce. Who
Not
gets
it.
Ray?
Not it. Not it.
Squash it.
It's Teamster Tim gets
Ray
Ray.
DeVito?
Wherever Tim ends up.
So Ray called me on the Sunday or text me, and he wanted to get together at a bar
Yeah, I saw a
in
video.
northern New Jersey on Monday. Did we
Yeah,
talk
there was a
about
bunch
that?
of people there. No, I saw it on.
Oh,
I think Ray
so-
posted there were a bunch of people there, a bunch of chatters.
So then, because somebody else must have gotten it, because then I got a text that said, I get it. Ray's getting kicked out of whatever her name is house.
Hopes, yeah. Well, it was
Hope's
done in
house.
August. Yeah,
He's hoping that somebody will be there, give him a place to stay.
probably
Oh my
find a landing spot, because I think Flimsy was there. I think Ranger was there. T.O. Hank, I think I saw too, and Teamster Tim. Yeah, there was a bunch
Oh,
of
they all
people.
went?
Yeah,
And-
the video, like Ray, like just panned the camera around. I think he put it on X, yesterday or Sunday.
And the thing with risks is that some people are too stupid to calculate them, thus mess themselves or others up.
We have a religion in this country with the billionaire class, with capitalists, where risk is actually looked at as like this noble trait that's indisputable. And no one ever talks about the stories of like entrepreneurs that that already have families, that risk that and go into debt and live in poverty and start abusing their kids or abusing their wife and things like that. Risk is not an isolated positive trait. And unfortunately, right now we're in a moment in this country where risk looks like everything. It's like, oh, I took a risk and started a business. That doesn't make you a fucking hero.
It's not making you a hero, but even more, I think even like the person that's commenting about risk is, people who are going out spending money on credit cards that they don't have, not understanding the risk of what they're doing. Everything is a risk. And we do live in a risk-averse society where we're trying to take risk out of everything.
Yeah, but people don't calculate that. Some people don't have a choice but to make risks like that. I'm not talking about those types of risks. When your back is against the wall and you've just never had anything but like utility shut-off threats from like your parents growing up and all that, then you make risks and that look like bad financial decisions that all of us sit on our perch and mock. But
I lived like that for years. I mean,
why are you screaming tonight?
I'm not. Well, I'm just because Panhandler said I was too quiet and slow. But so I blame him. No, I lived like that for years. I mean, it took me forever. I was a bum until my mid-30s.
That's the problem. There's a lot of people that come from that, like think that because you had the skill set and you had all of the things that made it so those risks worked out.
I didn't have a skill set. I got lucky, right?
Mm.
And then I realized when I got
There are
a little bit lucky,
There are a lot of retarded. There's a lot of retarded black people.
I didn't want to. I disagree. I have, yeah, because I'm not going to sit here and say that black people are retarded, because it's just it's not true.
Criminals.
And,
the word you're searching for is criminals. No, I'm just kidding.
Right, but you also you've prevented people from getting an education. You've prevented them from you've cut them from from getting jobs. you've killed their ability to learn how to handle these risks and to do it. And then when they act a certain way, you blame them for doing it, but you didn't give them the tools to conquer it in the first place.
Yeah, I think there's something to, like, my whole life. Like, I grew up completely poor, and it was only in the last 10 years that I was ever in a situation where I had like $3,000 in a bank account. And the second that was an option to me, that's when I suddenly made smart decisions. And there's some people that will never have that. Like, it was only through that I rebuilt my credit and then made smart decisions with my money. My money lasted longer but there's some people that just never have had that, like, option, and so there's this boot against your neck when you're below that level, that everything costs more, and all of these things end up just, people just make bad decisions. And we're so far from having that kind of conversation in this country, and that's what's so upsetting. That's what people like Bernie Sanders were trying to talk about, but we made them out to be like they're fucking Mao.
Shit on Ray here. Ray's a loser. These people
Ray's
need to
getting hit
stop
all day.
enabling him.
All right.
Poor Ray.
I think what Leo Gunn and other people feel like is that all of our problems would be solved if Ray were not here. That Ray's the creator of all of our stuff.
I don't understand why we're always talking about Ray everywhere.
Have you
Like,
met him?
when Kevin watches Ray, I watch his show, and I'm like, it's just a bummer, but it's just like, why? What? Like, why are we all? Why is he in our life?
I lasted about 2 minutes speaking to Ray face to face, and I told him, I said, I can't talk to you anymore, and just walked away. Like, he's just, again, very nice guy, but I don't know how Leo and Teamster Tim and all those guys like have the patience for him. And you talk to him, Schmuel, I just can't.
Teamster Tim becomes a ball washer for anybody that calls him when he's down. Like, he defends Stealth to the death because Stealth called him once when Tim was having a bad day.
My view with Tim is I think Tim's had a rough life.
Tim rules, by the way. I love Tim.
Yeah, has had a very rough life, and
We've all had the rough life, so I don't.
He had a soft spot.
Fuck that.
He just has a soft
life
spot
is hard.
for people.
I mean, fuck that. I don't want to hear that. I just don't. Right? I mean, life is fucking hard. Put on a helmet, man. Like, there's nobody that had. Yes, more or less, but yeah, life is hard when you reach 50 years old, 60 years old. You've had losses.
Can I interview you? For
sure.
Okay, I would love to just do an hour interview with you, man.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay. I'll be fucking Baker acted once I really say what I'm thinking.
Nick, pop in here. You've been very quiet.
Yeah, Nick, sorry, we ran you over.
It's all good. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
I think
Nick, are you gonna do another anti-trans video tonight?
Yeah, why are you anti-trans, Nick? What kind of leftist are you?
I'll do another. Never mind. I was gonna make a joke.
You gonna do another Hudson?
No. Did you see he wrote a diss track on me?
No.
It's so funny. He keeps playing it every day.
Hey, Scooney, first Republican ever seen that admitted luck is a part of the process.
Yeah, but he doesn't admit that he's a Republican.
I have been a registered Democrat since I could first register, and
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Schmuel, this was the point I was trying to make earlier when I was like Antifa, and then I was making the distinction between left and then the Democratic Party. You boomer Democrats are Republicans now. Like, you sound like Republicans.
No, well,
because the left has gone so far left. I mean, I don't think it was deliberate. I think the left has gone very far left, and the Bill Clinton,
the left right now. Look, Bernie Sanders, his platform is literally just clawing back towards some semblance of the New Deal from FDR. We did a hard right-wing thing that deregulated this whole country. Look at the cost of living starting from the late 70s. Look at how it had to become a two-parent household, how the tax rate went down for all the corporate people, and how the quality of living in this country depleted for 30 years because we had a right-wing government. People that are on the left now, it's not. We're not going radically left. We're trying
what right-wing government did we have?
We're trying to get close. We're trying to get close back to the 60s, which is when people say "Make America Great Again." They're talking about that time, which had incredibly high tax rates and all that, but they don't remember that. But we're trying to get back to the FDR. That's not extreme left, and we're
I'm
trying to
not
go
trying
back
to
to
get
the
back to
center.
FDR. I'm not
Like,
trying.
I'm
Rob,
not trying to get back to FDR
I mean, he's one of the
either.
third worst president. He's on the Mount Rushmore worst presidents in the country in history.
Okay, well,
Dude,
I'm happy to be called a far leftist if you're
Yeah,
saying
fine.
he is too.
Right. Along with Lincoln and Wilson, and then Joey Biden's up there too. He's making it
psycho
easy.
Panhandler.
Oh,
Well, I'm
Biden's
serious.
terrible. Yeah.
I'm serious.
Susan loves basic white men with this level of confidence.
So let's just have a.
That's every white man.
Yeah, I mean, basic. That's the nicest thing somebody said to me on the stream.
No,
Thank you.
Panhandler's not basic. Panhandler's fine.
No, I think she was going at me. I
So
guess.
what do you think of Panhandler? What do you think of Trump?
Wait, opinion. You can't group the abundance movement with
Wait, you
Bernie.
bring up two
It's like
things.
those are opposing.
Sorry. Nick, I mean, I'm not necessarily a Trump guy, but I couldn't take any more of Biden or Kamala, so I did vote for him in 24. Plus, a libertarian candidate was so fucking terrible.
Do you deliberately say Kamala?
Isn't that how you're supposed to say it, or no?
It's Kamala.
I'm sorry. No, I don't. I honestly, I don't know.
How do you not pick up on that after like her running for president?
Because it really was, of all the shots I would take at her, mispronouncing her name wouldn't be the first one I would go at. So I'm sorry.
That's why I called
that. Yeah, mispronouncing
like, really?
the saying you're mispronouncing her name is a weak argument.
This is a leftist who'd be offended by something like that.
No, I'm not offended. I'm not offended, but I'm curious about that decision when people make that.
I make the mistake all the time, and I actually know. I just don't think when I fucking say it.
Well, we're learning a lot about your racism and your.
No, I just don't like that cunt. She sucks. Fucking.
No, I hate her too, man.
Yeah, I know you do.
They're not directionally aligned opinion. The abundance movement is just like a repackaged version of centrism. It's not what Bernie's saying. How do you think that? Nick, do you understand? Do you see what I'm responding to about opinion? He's grouping the abundance movement, like Ezra Klein and all them, with the Bernie Sanders movement. The abundance.
But you guys group everything together too.
Regulation. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You guys group everything together too.
Who does?
If somebody says when this argument started, right, about trans stuff, it was then lumped into a bunch of other issues.
You did that. I was trying to keep it on point.
No, I was trying to keep it.
I was like literally trying to stop it.
No, I think it was probably my fault because I was asking about. Then I asked the question about healthcare, and then we kind of.
How dare you say that, Schmuel?
Panhandler
I was
throw
trying
himself in front
so
of a
hard
bus
to keep
for
us
us.
on point there.
No.
We were chivalry. There you go, Susan, or whoever said I was basic. There, chivalry.
We want to talk about, but it's an issue, and it has. There's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors. You can't knock out the factors. But it's
like the Buckman boomer you are. You had to like harp on like.
See, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. I can't have an opinion because I have an opinion. I have an opinion because I'm a boomer. That's why I have my opinion.
Okay,
according to you,
I love you.
Right?
I love you, and I'm going to take that back.
That would be me like saying, "Oh, your opinions are all your opinions are based upon you being trans."
I understand why you're reacting that way, and I agree with why you're reacting that way, and I would too if I were you. Let me just rephrase it then. You jumped on that issue of healthcare and Medicaid, and because you suddenly got emotional about the idea about paying for trans care, which derailed us, is what I'm saying.
I wasn't emotional. I was asking a question. I was saying if the other side says, should we be paying for this? For what they perceive as you making a voluntary choice, should they be forced to pay for it? That's what I'm saying. That's why I brought up the pirate thing.
I understand that. I was just trying to say that once you introduced that, I was trying to say, if we go down this road, we're going to lose what we're talking about, which is what happened. Because once you start getting into the ethics of whether you have to pay for certain things in Medicare, like I said, then you have to get into, do we pay for birth control and all these things that we are ethically against, because et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And I was trying to make a point about.
All right, we're going backwards.
Politics, not economics. About
no, but I can say, but the part of being in a society is that sometimes you lose, right? Like people.
Yeah, and I'm saying trans people lost.
We all lost. We got a fucking retard in the fucking window.
At the moment,
okay.
Right?
Yeah,
but
so
the abortion thing. When I was growing up, the anti-abortion thing was strong. And what did you see? The Supreme Court, right, knocks out Roe v. Wade, and abortion laws, protection laws have never been stronger in more places. And
Opinion,
even
do you know what the abundance movement is? I don't think we put it. Sorry, this might be just too in the weeds. Like this
all
guy
right,
just.
this is in the weeds. We need to wrap this up, and I need to settle this beef that I seem to be having with Nick. Um,
I'm gonna be
and
quiet.
no, and you're part of it,
Oh
and
no.
that's the no, it's the Jake thing, right? Like I think
Fuck.
What happened?
it's the Jake thing. I know there's been all these like fights back and forth about Jake, and we're saying this and we're saying that, and my thing is I haven't had a chance to say it to you face to face, Nick, which is I think what the point I know I was making, and I think Ava was making the same point, and she'll correct me if I'm wrong. Jake is Jake. Like all the stuff that you're talking about, it really is trying to get a leopard to change its spots. He is what he is, and we know who he is, and he's popular because of what he does. And
He's not
him block.
popular enough.
What?
Do
Like,
you hear this?
am I wrong, Ava? Look, everyone's crying about this King Cobra guy, whoever the fuck he was, and Jake is a million times more interesting than that fucking guy.
He's not.
But like, no more than 3 people ever watch him. I was just trying to help the guy out. That's all.
How many subscribers does Jake have?
That's the sad part. He's got like 2,800. I get more viewers than he gets.
How many subscribers do you have?
More than here, pal. Mr.
Me,
Z,
200
Apple only had
something.
only 35 viewers on
And I
his. I
get
guess
way
that's
more
the last
viewers than
show.
Jake.
And
I like how Nick's hitting Jake on this. You started getting more views when I started coming on your show, by the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Before me, it was 1 viewer.
It actually started blowing up after, I actually have to, really where it started picking up, when I did a thing on Mike's shitty internet provider coming back from the dead. It seemed to like take off after
No, I
that.
think it was when you were on.
Somebody's gonna have to give me the scoop on that. Not now, but somebody. I haven't followed that
I can
story.
fill you in anytime you want.
Okay,
Pam, but
okay.
I got
I'll
more
DM
information.
you. Okay.
More information than I should have. I have
Okay.
inside information, so yeah.
And the other thing I just wanted we wrap up. So the only thing that I really
I can't wait for
figured out tonight that Schmuel is not only racist, he's anti-trans. So
Yeah.
that's really what this stream, the 2.5 3 hour stream.
Daniel, you gotta watch my first appearance on this show. Like this, Buckman was just like wow. Because I
Disappointing
kind of thought
old man.
everyone said he's like this like super.
I thought I
liberal.
was going to have a civil conversation. That's what I was trying to bring up, that people may think differently than you, and I presented it incorrectly, and boy did I get slammed.
Nick, can you like put aside how I just took a shot at you and just back me up on this? Like, I don't think it's possible for you to say that I did not give a fair and charitable like thing where I just thought it was about you disagreeing with me. All I do is make concessions whenever I have these conversations in the Doubleverse. Like that, you don't ever see other trans people making. That's such an unfair way to
No,
look at the way.
100. Yes, 100%. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, and even like, look, going back to like my show, well, whatever the political show. What kind of sucks is, and maybe you'll agree with me, however you won't. I always feel like I attack the left on that show way more than Cryptid is willing to criticize the right, and it gets like very frustrating at times. So
That's kind of why. That's why I'm so annoyed with that. Like that's why what I'm saying is like. I ended up getting like blacklisted from that show because like
you're not blacklisted from the show.
because Cryptid was butthurt, but it was like Cryptid like it's like you got Nick. Nick is like a fucking like true leftist, like just like red-blooded fucking patriot leftist. Like I have so much respect for his politics, and he has these like thought-out takes about the left, and he's with this fucking fat slob that lives an AI life who like will say these like extreme things. Like he'll just make horrible statements about trans people. He'll make horrible statements about like Bernie or whatever. But then like when you fact check him on it, like he's just like, and then like he's always wrong. And then like when you really pin him down, which I did a few times, and then I'm just like, oh, there's no point with this guy. Then he's just like, well, I don't really care anyway. He's a nihilist, just like Panhandler, but he doesn't admit that he's a libertarian. It's that's what's so frustrating. So it's like to me, I thought it was like like it's that just you and him where you're an agreeable person, like, and then someone like him that just doesn't have any passion it takes because he's just dead inside and doesn't really have any core values other than like I want to do whatever I want to do. Like he's
I
like
feel
a
like I should
late,
be insulted
but
as
he
this
doesn't.
goes
But
on.
like
He's
he doesn't.
talking about
But
cryptid,
but
not
he doesn't
yeah.
even like Liquid doesn't even have the balls to like be a libertarian. Like like he's just revolting. So it's just like annoying to me that you guys that you would have me on a trans panel at least when it's just you and that dick.
No, you're right. I should
right.
have sent you the link. You're right.
Afi is asking, Jake is popular, and
And can I say one more thing?
I think
Like
he's
I think
rising to his level.
I think
Go
like
ahead.
whoever you want to get, like who you should get, Nick. Like Liquid brings your show down. Like he is a downer, and I don't think anyone would challenge me on that.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
All right, Dave Sauer says, Sam, this is your problem. You think
Yeah.
it's big timing, and I'm just being myself. I'm not an ally or a role model. You say big time like you look up to me, and you shouldn't.
Dave's been fighting with somebody in the chat the entire time. He must be tooted up pretty good.
And literally, Dave Sauer, literally nothing has changed about my opinion on you, Sam. If Dave were tooted up, he would be on here. He has
Well, no, he'd have his computer on, but he wouldn't be on here. He'd be running around like
Are you
Jake
guys
Hudson.
getting along?
but he's full control.
Hey, Dave, I don't want to bring it back to Jake again, but somebody, I don't know if it's true, but somebody in Jake's chat today said that Dave, that you were talking shit about Jake, so Jake kind of lost it on you, and he called you a crackhead.
But
Like,
Nick,
fuck
this
Dave
is but
Sarah.
Nick.
What?
For as long as I've been around the Dabbleverse, Jake loses it on everybody.
No, the point I'm making is he just believes what the last person tells him. It doesn't.
But that's what makes Jake Jake. That's why he's interesting.
Okay, what are we fighting
he
about
is-
then?
Nick, can I ask you a question about this? Because this is
Sure.
This has gone this far.
Yeah, too long.
Like, remember when we were on Matt's show, and I was just like, I feel like I made a very the same argument that Schmuel made, like independently of me. Like, Schmuel isn't gonna just like agree with something I said. He came up with that on his own, and you guys, and you've made so many videos defending and responding to what I say, but you don't ever just show the video of like the 15 minutes that I was talking about. Like, why won't you do that? It would dispel the whole disagreement, because it's either you guys are piling on him in the way that I described or not. And you've done like 3 hours like since I told you to just play that clip. Why don't you do it? For me, I'm like, do I have to fucking do this?
Well, you two just fuck already. My God.
Give me the timestamp and I'll do it. I don't know what you're even talking about. This is like weeks ago at this fucking point. We both like pussy panhandler. I don't think it's gonna work out. But.
Yeah. Panhandler doesn't like pussy anymore.
Whoa, I want to go that far. I don't want what surrounds it.
Yeah, it's not the pussy. It's the mouth that talks.
Were you married?
I was. Lucky gal.
Did you get like fucked over in the divorce?
It didn't tickle.
Is that why you hate like women?
Nah, I don't hate women. I just have no tolerance for you.
You said that there's no reason to listen to any woman talk.
Right. What's your point? Is that a question?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I think we should repeal the 19th Amendment. I don't even think you guys should drive, but that's a whole different story.
I agree. Ever since I started HRT, I drive worse.
Oh, he's like Krishan over here, huh?
Well,
he's another one.
All right, so Nick, this is my thing on the Jake stuff and just the other stuff. And I hate to say this to somebody I haven't said it to their face, but I find Liquid just as uninteresting a person as you could have. He's like, and Ava said he doesn't have any. Did you say not values? But there was another word.
Values and no takes. And and I've gone to. There's times where I was just like, hold on, I'm not gonna let you move on, and just got into the nitty gritty with him. And whenever you do that about anything, he's just like, well, it doesn't really matter anyway. Like he has no values.
Oh, I just feel like he's a guy. He's got an opinion, and nothing you say or do is going to change that.
Who is this cat though? He's not in the Dabbleverse. He's just somebody Nick's on the side, a different.
He's some bizarre.
No, he is. He was just like how it kind of started is like he was just both of us were just chatters, and I used to try and get on Stuttering John's political show, and John would just because I hate how John just that I will probably agree how John portrays the left, him and those two other fucking idiots. So I would always try to get on, and
Scooty.
John and them would literally call me like a Trumpaloon because I would criticize Biden and stuff from the left, but they would call
Yeah.
so he would never have me on. They would call me like a Trump supporter. So every time that happened, Liquid Cryptid seemed to be in the chat, and he'd fucking like DM me or send whatever. And I don't know. That's
Liquor
just kind of how we met.
He's a guy that says that he loves Ted Cruz. Like what?
Yeah, that really that one drove me nuts.
He's got to be trolling.
No, he's not. Because I was in the video. I was like, what? And I made him deal with that statement. Like,
yeah, we beat him down. Like, I hate
if he were trolling, it'd be funny.
He's the first person for me that did a hit piece on me. He made a video that's just like, I'm done with Avariza.
Oh, send me the link. I want to watch that.
I know, and it's like, can you like?
I want some talking points for next time I'm on stream with you.
So no, Panhandler. Like that's the thing is like, I'm so easy to just like. It would be so easy to just like make a hit piece on me, and he somehow like it just misread. Like that video makes me look good. Like it honestly makes me look good. Like he got all these great jokes I got in that he doesn't understand our jokes. Nick, you have to admit that. Like he got so many good. Like he got all of. I never rewatched my streams, and the only time I ever did is in the context of him showing it in his video, and I was like, I'm really funny.
See, Nick,
it made me feel better about myself. That's not what he was trying to do.
The real reason why we brought you on is because Ava and the chat wanted us to do an intervention.
Oh, yeah,
and tell you that you certainly can continue doing shows with Liquid, but he stinks.
he does.
Jesus, and that's come from Schmuel. This guy must really be a piece of work.
He does suck, but like I don't know if it's inappropriate for me to say that.
And you guys, there's no chemistry either.
There really isn't.
I feel like you're constantly apologizing, Nick.
On the show, yeah, I don't
know. Like I know, because I think you're trying to
like. If you're gonna do a politics show, and like I'm not even like saying I should be on it. Like I don't even know if I would want to be on it. I'm just saying if you're gonna do a politics show and you're gonna be doing politics in the Dabbleverse, and you have all these like thought out views, like it's like mumbling Nick and Combs, like like Hannity and Combs, where it's like Sean Hannity and then that like freak liberal person that just didn't have any takes and like just it looked bad. like Liquor Cryptid doesn't have any like he's a weird, uninteresting person.
So this is
that doesn't have any political views outside of like. And again, this is the biggest point I would make about him is like he doesn't have the balls to be or he doesn't have the energy or balls to be a libertarian, even though like his core driver is just selfishness. Like he's selfish and nihilistic, but he doesn't have the gall to be a libertarian about it. And so that's to me like the most gross thing that person can be.
I love how like Nick even probably don't agree with him on anything. Seems like a really nice, rational guy, and he's just constantly getting dunked on. Like it makes no sense to me that people are always coming at him for some reason.
I never did until the last like month. Me and him we've never been in a disagreement until this.
This is right. This is new. We were always on the same side for months, and it was fucking crazy.
Well, bigger picture, I would be if anyone talks shit about you, I'll back you. I always defend you, but you're being a douchebag this month.
I back up Nick all the time.
I'll stab all of you in the back and the front at the first chance I get.
But Nick always thinks it's a troll.
So let me ask you this.
Nice thing about Nick, then he thinks it's a troll. Go ahead, bud.
Do you think Eckel and I have better chemistry than?
Yeah, you guys are good.
Not that I would do a political show with him, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to get like a gauge a thing.
Yeah, no, it's a little gay. It's like I don't know if you ever heard those like. You know when like
are you allowed to say that now?
You know when like Bill O'Reilly used to have like Dennis Miller on, and Bill O'Reilly would try to be like, "Hey, I'm like with it," and like make.
Or like when it was Bill O'Reilly and Jon Stewart when they used to do shit together, like that?
No, but it was when he would have Dennis Miller on his Fox News show. So he would come on and they would like. It feels like that with your Echo show.
Well, that's his show. That's not my show. It is.
I enjoy you and Echo, and this is like just from my perspective, and not that it's valid, is that I watch you and Eckel, and I listen to the shows and I enjoy them and I kind of look forward to them. But you and the Liquid shows, I it, I just don't listen. I can't listen to them.
I mean,
It's
you'd
like
almost be better off to even just doing a show by yourself, talking about your politics. Like you're like a free thinking like political thinker, and he's like a guy that, I mean, he's just a downer. I mean, he's a wet blanket.
So
and
and
and not only Nick, when you were doing the Joey C interview with
yeah.
Liquid, and it's like
Good example. Go ahead with this. I'm gonna agree with
Joey
you.
C's an idiot. But Joey C's an idiot, right? I mean, let's all agree on that or whatever. But Liquid goes launches into this thing about how they're gonna buy him and they're gonna rule him, and that's what he's got to look out for is the money people and all that. It's stupid because
Did he
nobody
really?
that it's not that's not what because it's not Joey C. Nobody's buying Joey C.
This
Right?
is so crucial, and like I'm only comfortable in making this point because he keeps shitting on Jake for being autistic. Like Liquid has Asperger's, and like he doesn't understand like certain cues, and when he's talking to somebody like Joey C is very very funny. Like when you talk to him, it was so funny for a very particular reason. And when
Yes.
Liquid came on, it was like a guy that didn't understand why it was funny, and it's just off. It was the same thing when I went on when me, you, and him had Jake on. When
Yeah.
he got into that Jake conversation, it was just like he doesn't understand. Like there's like a, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, no, he's definitely more serious and
he
I know
doesn't
what you're
get
saying.
like when he started talking on that Joey C thing. It's like this man does not understand why what just happened for this last hour. It was like so fucking funny. Like Joey C was so funny, and like the way that you like did that interview was so funny. And then when he started talking, it was just like he didn't have the ability to like compute that. And for someone like him to talk about trans people being mentally ill, oh for la. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just
and it felt like you could have interviewed anyone that was
Nick is like
running
a
for
talented
president,
at broadcasting, and Liquid is not.
serious or not,
no, no.
whatever. And he just
Sorry,
like
Nick.
he had. It was like there were he. It was like he wasn't there for the entire Joey C segment.
I would. Can you ask him this next time? Just ask him like what comedy things he likes. Like I want to understand like what he thinks is funny, because all I know is that he's one of these guys that because there's a lot of like alt right overlap with Asperger's people where they just like watching black people fall or like like liberals failing because it's like cruel and they can understand that, but they can't actually compute comedy and irony and all those things. Ask him like what comedy and things he likes. I'd be really curious to hear that.
All right, I will ask. Yeah,
I don't
look,
think that's an all. I don't think that's an. I don't think that's exclusive to the alt right people. Have you watched the people on the left? Love to
Like
see
who?
love to see a Republican fail. Your
Oh,
JoJo
you're talking about like hack.
Fernandez's and your uh,
Who are those two little midget queer brothers on X? That's a good example. What are they?
The Krasensteins.
Yeah, those little fags. Yeah,
They're
no
so
offense. Yeah,
funny. Like they're like weightlifters. Like this.
yeah. Oh, we hit. Oh,
oh,
Ovid.
they're
I'm sure you
terrible.
saw the big scandal there with like Brian Taylor Cohen and David Packman and all them taking
What do
money.
you think
from,
about that?
Yeah,
Like,
I actually want to cover that.
oh, good. You should have Liquid on to talk about that.
yeah,
Debbie
Liquid
will-
would be great.
You guys
Hey,
can't beat up my co-host in front
listen,
of me, man.
by
I
the
know,
way,
no.
Why would we do why not in front of you?
Even I got the point. I don't even know the fucking guy. Enough beating this
He
lit.
sucks.
I just want to say that look, it's late, and if any of you guys need to hop off, feel free. I won't be insulted. But that's it.
All right. I just want to say something. I appreciate the constructive criticism and everything. I appreciate Liquid's loyalty. He's always good to me. He's knowledgeable. I just my only complaints are different than you guys. I wish he would like I said, he just will never like give. Like I will trash the left all the time. He doesn't trash the right nearly as much, especially like I don't want to bring up too deep, but the whole Epstein thing, how he doesn't think that like we both agree that fucking Bill Clinton is almost certainly on the list, but he doesn't think Trump's on the list for some reason, which just blows my mind. Stuff like that. I wish he
Nick,
would like
you're
give a little
so
more.
you're so
See-
spot on in that, and that's kind of what I do feel like such an allyship with you is that like we are just not like hacks about like politics. So, like we're in anyone that talks to us, and just the conversations me and Liquid have had. It's like you. It's so offensive to me. One of the only things that could offend me is that where it's like, dude, you don't like recognize that like we're being like real here, and like, but whenever it's like he doesn't ever acknowledge that when he makes any assessment, and it's like disrespectful to. It felt disrespectful to me, where it's just like, dude, I'm not like a fucking Biden like hack, like, but like that's
Yeah.
he doesn't compute that there's like free thinking happening. But I think it's because he's like a one dimensional like freak.
I
right.
think we all got
Look-
how you feel
Okay.
about Liquid. I mean,
Okay.
So we're gonna go-
you've hammered the point home.
We're gonna go
We
with
got
Soup
got it.
Party for $3. For the love of God, Ava, stop showing her tits. The eventual
Well, I'm
goal
not
here
sure.
is to get to see them.
My ham keeps pulling my dress down.
Well, why do you?
I have a problem. I have a cat that's just dragging my.
But Nick, this is like the part of the thing. Like you're being nice, and maybe you ought to just tell us to fuck off. You're gonna
Right.
do what you want to do.
Nick, say you have that fat old man as a co-host. Who are you to judge anybody? Come on, Nick, stop being such a nice guy.
No, I'm just whatever. Hey, I said I like the guy. He's my fucking co-host. I'm loyal to him and
No,
everything. but
Nick finally got pissed earlier in the beginning of this when I like hit him on his trans video. He got
yeah, you know,
that was
I'm
more
a-
mad than I've ever seen him again.
But
I
but
can
going
get
back
mad.
to that, was there a video that you wanted or a stream that you wanted to be a guest on that Nick did not send you the link to?
It's
obviously
like a weird.
the last one.
It's like a weird thing where, okay, so put yourself in my position. It's like when I first emerged in the Dabbleverse, he reaches out to me and says he wants to do this show about politics, and then I go on the show, and then he recognizes that I'm like a nerd about politics and things like that, and then at a certain point, because I get in these arguments with Liquid because of what we were just talking about, which those are the things that make you could be like a Klansman. And I used to interview like Klansmen and stuff, and I would just hang out with them all night and drink beer and talk about Metallica. But when people like do what Liquid does, I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Because they're not being real. And because of that, they stopped inviting me on their show, which is fine. But moments like that trans shooter thing where he names a video like the discussing the trans Minnesota shooter, to me in that particular situation, even amidst this Jake drama with me and him, it's like oh, you're not gonna have me on about that because either Liquid is like a bitch or because Nick has some weird views that I don't know about. I just found that to be gross.
And thinking about it now, that is fair. That is fair. Yeah, I should have put everything aside and just sent you the link anyway, because that's where your expertise would have been very.
It's not even expertise, but
No, really, absolutely it is, because like you know better than all of us. The quad. Jeez, Mr. Z's been on.
What are the quad
No, I made
files?
one appearance on BYB like fucking a month ago, and he's not a quad fan. He calls him a, you know what,
I like quad.
PDF.
Get your people in line.
JMO. Get your
But
people
Nick,
in
you have
line.
to acknowledge that there's like this weird thing where you just like won't have me on your show and like you avoid.
I don't always. You've been on my show more than anybody. What does that even mean? You've been on my show more than anybody.
You haven't like sent me a link to come on your show like on your own accord. Like,
Didn't this conversation
months?
start with you complaining that he was sending you the link all the time?
And had you tagged in his videos?
No, I
Jesus
said
Christ.
that I said when I first emerged, he was like that. That was like 6 months ago. But like in the last 3 months, I don't think he's sent me a link ever.
I'll have to go back and look.
I think that's true.
Now I gotta add trans women to the list I don't want to listen to. Fuck.
Oh, Panhandler, why don't you go?
Yep.
Why don't you go see
Panhandler
why don't
was
you go see a
thinking
female therapist about that?
Panhandler
The
was
strip
thinking
club,
of you
she's
as a
coming over
man.
in about 30 minutes, so don't worry. The therapist is on her way.
Shmuel, I'm
Cigarette
so
Jones.
sorry. You had like a whole subject that I just.
No, it's cool because that's
I didn't know you were gonna
evergreen.
bring him on, and it just happened. I'm sorry.
That's evergreen. And I had somebody else who was supposed to come on and talk about it, who was more business focused, but so it all worked out. This was fun, man. I what do you call it? Enjoyed this.
Yeah,
I
and
love,
figure
I
out
love,
what
I
if
love all
anybody
of you.
knows Brian Landon. Don't forget he was very generous tonight, and see if he ever want to come on and discuss that issue with
He's a
Ava the
cocksucker.
Veli Ray. There you go. That's a way. That's one way to invite a person. I like
I
it.
would
I like
I
your
would
style.
I would love to have you two guys. I'd love to moderate a debate between you guys.
Who?
You and Brian Landon.
Why are you misgendering Ava, Shmuel? Why
Yeah,
do you got to do that
yeah.
at the end of the
How could you?
stream? Why do you got to
How
do
could
that?
you do that?
Oh, what I say, guys?
Yeah, that's nice. Real
Isn't
nice.
guys a gender-free
No,
term?
I'm offended.
Oh, yep.
You don't know how I
Uh,
identify.
Opinion says Nick doesn't want to oversaturate DV with Ava. Tries to play an Ava. What's your response to that, Nick?
Me? Oh, that's Nick doesn't want to oversaturate the well, that wasn't my plan, but no, Ava goes on whatever show she wants. It's not gonna it's oversaturate. I believe people would love watching on our show. They always have.
Yeah. Also, opinion. You think I don't regulate like my exposure in this?
Yeah, I'll even tell. Like, here's one of the big compliments I will give Ava. Something I've always appreciated
Oh, here
is
we go.
no,
same thing, Tuna.
it's gonna be a real compliment. Relax. Like I think we all saw when she was on John the second time, and it reminded me when she was on the first time. But I thought she was great. Actually, Liquid and I think sniped that show. We were very early stages of our political show. We just started it like a few weeks earlier or something, and so I invited her on because you could tell from John's thing that she was knowledgeable in politics, and I love the way she stuck it to him when he tried kicking her off for Brian Karam, and she's like, "No, I'll stay on." And and
And then he banned me.
no, and of course she got all the invites from the big, from Shuli and all them, and then I know she turned down um a show, but she came on my show, and my show was
I
probably
turned down all of the shows. You were the
I
first.
was the second show she went on right after TSN, so I've always appreciated that.
Can I go? I want to
But
say something.
Tuna, I agree with you about that. And just so you know, the one thing that I told everyone when I came out to them in my personal life was never to worry about gendering me or in any way. And so
I was
All right.
clearly just busting Shmuel's ball.
And Tuna says Joey C is a scammer, which is something that we all
of
know.
course he is. He's
He was on Tugi tonight for a while, I think.
Yeah, he
Well,
as
was.
Ralph.
Yeah.
I want to.
Ralph,
Well, yeah, I'm gonna wrap up
No,
with.
Joey C was
I-
actually on tonight. I saw unless it was
He
an
was-
old video.
He was supposed to come on later. He originally went on as Ralph, but then I think we might have
Oh, I
started.
don't. You guys are
But-
fucking idiots. I'm not playing that game. All right, sorry, I didn't know what you're talking about.
Ava, let's. But this guy brings up a good question. The oversaturation,
Mhm.
right? It's interesting to me because in the beginning when I started doing these things, and you would ask basically the same people, and to come on, and I was like, yeah, I feel like I'm oversaturating certain people, and now it's like I think for me it was, oh, I'm learning who it goes with, right? Like who it works well with and who it doesn't. And I think oversaturation isn't you going on one show a lot. It's going on every show that you have the opportunity to go on. But
Yeah, but
But-
like you have to
ahead.
understand that like I'll go on these shows and then they ban me. So like I've just like I get banned and then I go on to a different one. So like Julie banned me, and then so I was like, and then BYB hit me up, and then I was like, oh,
Shuli
go on
banned you?
yeah, and then
Was
and
there a
then
reason?
Nick banned me. Yeah, like I just pissed people off, so I just hop on to the next one.
No, but this is my question. But serious, it's a serious question. Like in the
You
beginning,
are a lot,
Why
Ava.
not?
You
Why?
are.
But I don't.
Ava's a lot.
I do
She's a
not
lot.
think. I do not think like these people about like loyalty and teams with like of who hates other people and shit like that. And I think that throws people off. And then so yeah, but it's like I feel like I've rested into just being like Schmo's fine, and I like coming on your show, and then oddly enough, I like going on BYB, and he was like a Proud Boy person because it's just like the people we can just have like conversations that aren't about Aaron Imholt. We can just talk about like we can just riff.
I guess I'm
And
thinking of
Clowntown, which to me is one of the greatest shows of all
yeah.
time.
I guess what I'm thinking of is not necessarily. I guess what I'm thinking of is more like with your persona, right? And who you are and who you want to be seen as in the streaming universe. And do you want to be like a Clearwater Chad that seems like he's the old Chuck Schumer thing, where
That's insulting. What
put
are
a
we doing?
camera in front of him and he'll show, but put a camera out on the street, he'll show up. As opposed to
You know, the truth of it is that one of the first people that I came out to as a trans person was John Melendez on the show the first time. And outside of being a person that played in bands, I'm a very introverted person. And so after I came out, I never like it's been hard for me to like hang out with my friends from before. So I hadn't like really found a voice as a trans woman in my personal life because left to my own devices and because I go to school and work full time. I don't I'm not out very much, and like I only hang out with like one or two people like semi regularly. And the Dabbleverse, when I reemerged this time, has become a place where I'm kind of exploring what my own personality is through, or my own like voice is as a trans woman, because I had a completely different one before. And so I don't know, but so that's why this is all kind of an experiment that I'm still in the middle of. And I've noticed that at least since I came on here, like there's like little moments where it's like, oh, don't be obnoxious like that, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a work in progress to answer your question. But going on these different shows has been a fun way to explore that. But that's what's going on with me right now. Is just like
Yeah, I don't.
a lot of these conversations we're having are the first time I've had them as a person that's trained as a trans woman speaking with other people. And what I love about the Dabbleverse is that none of these people are lefties, so I get to be checked on it. So I'm still in an experiment phase.
well, and you get to be a contrarian, right?
I'm not a contrarian. Contrarian is such a condescending way to like denigrate someone that disagrees with you.
It's not meant to be a denigration. It's meant to be like you get to have a different opinion,
I don't disagree.
and you get
I
to
can say, like in my like one of the things that if people like to talk about like HRT and hormones, like one of the most immediate things that I experienced from that was like the lack of seeing any advantage to being in arguments. Like I just pick less fights. I'm actually a really agreeable person. Like in my real life, like I don't have arguments with anyone. I'm like really sweet, and I'm rounding at the edges in these things. But the idea of wanting to be contrarian is kind of the opposite of what my life is
right.
actually like. I'm just put in situations where my existence is being questioned.
What I'm referring to is that you have. It's nice to have somebody with an alternate opinion, um, on a lot of these shows because it's like if it's a whole group of uh, Trump lovers, for lack of a better word, or racists or something, it's like, you know,
But
it's nice to.
people like me and Nick are not interested in that level of discourse. We're interested in like policy. I don't look at
Well,
Trump supporters like
when we talk policy, you yell at me.
no.
She yells at everybody.
What's funny
Not
with
really yelling at it. I'm just we're doing a show too, you know.
Calm it down. Get back in the kitchen. Don't
It's like,
don't come at me with that attitude.
I want to talk
The
about
weirdest thing is
policy, but
like
I don't
I
want to talk
liked
about.
that. I liked that.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to wrap this shit up. And as usual, thank everybody
What are you gonna do, fucker?
for being here. What am I going to do now?
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I have to
Gonna
go
go
to
to bed.
work at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
I do
So
I was
too.
on the. She's on the West Coast. Don't forget.
It's 10
yeah,
a.m.
Yeah, it's like
And
1 a.m. over here.
Holy shit! It is 1 a.m. Fuck.
Wow, that
and
was
I'm a
passive
schmuck because
aggressive,
I
Nick.
drank a
Thank you.
Red Bull right before this show,
Uh-oh.
which
Do you know
means
why
I'll
you
probably.
talk about Mir? Like Mir sucks. Do you guys care about Mir?
All right.
Oh, Mir's
No.
Terrible.
Him and Chow are, ugh.
Mir might be worse than Liquid. No, but like
All right, I can't do another Liquid diet drive. I gotta go.
Where are
Everyone,
you gonna go? Where are
Good
you gonna
night.
go? Like, we're gonna go punch the wall.
maybe do some violence. No, I have visitor, so I got to prepare. I got to powder
Got to
my
walk
nose.
his dogs.
Free Luigi.
All right.
He's got to
what
brush
was I
his
gonna
teeth,
say?
check
Oh
himself
yeah.
out in the mirror.
Fuck you guys.
Panhandler your plugs, my friend.
Panhandler, what do you think about J-Mo?
He's a fucking chump. Is this 15 minutes over yet? Look, you see him trying
Oh,
to
is
take
that why
on
you
everybody.
said that? I gotcha.
I actually like that JMO overcame that troll blew up right in their fucking face because they
No,
thought he
Chow's
was
still
gonna
pushing
fail.
it. Chow's still pushing it, though.
Right, they're hoping it's gonna fail, but it didn't fail. So,
But he's just like a BYB regular, right? Just like I'm stuck on Schmuel's show.
What does that mean?
We're in purgatory. We're in purgatory, irrelevance purgatory.
I turned down a
You're-
show
you're-
yesterday.
You're
That was
wrong
new
on
for
this
me.
with Panhandler. I think J-Mo is. I'm Team J-Mo now, but I felt.
All right. Well, now I'm
I had-
anti-trans now. So how's that?
And
That's how that
you know,
works.
Max,
All
when
about good-
sorry,
It doesn't matter. Everybody already knows. Max,
Panhandler,
like-
when I ask you on, it's like you don't have to say yes, right?
yeah, I got nothing else to do. Plus, I'm a miserable prick. I like to spread it around a little bit.
Oh, all right.
My
Well, then,
dogs get
yeah,
sick
but
of
then
hearing it.
don't act like you're lowering yourself to come on here with me.
No.
I know,
You
but
know, I mean,
but well, I wouldn't read into that. Like Panhandler's levels fluctuate, where he'll just go from like scathing verbal critique on camera to like, I can't believe I can't talk. I don't know anything.
Yeah, that was terrible. That was fucking Sam Bibley. Sam Bibley, it's credit to him. He has great music. Better the clip of me totally locking up. Oh yeah, that was. If I had any pride left, I would be very embarrassed.
I'm
Thankfully, that went bye long ago.
well, you know, at 50, you have those
I'm happy
hormonal
that
changes.
I'm happy that you're on shows now. I'm a Panhandler fan.
No,
too.
I like to bust Wheels balls.
Yeah, and I ask you to be a co-host because I like you to be here. But you know, if it's a burden, it's okay.
That's
I
right. Well,
understand.
once KB finally wises up and calls me up, calls me up again to the big leagues.
Oh my god.
No, you're gone. I'll be shitting on you on LLC every day. That'll be my whole bit.
Yeah, KB was shitting all over you, Schmuel. Like he nasty.
KB shits on me all the time. I just look, I just don't care. Like KB doesn't really move my needle. His show is to me formulaic, and the deal is to be on there as a regular. The only guy that I see that can pull it off is Dave Sarah, who has not made himself a punching bag.
What are you talking about? He's a walking punching bag.
To be and not to be made fun of. No, because Sarah does what Sarah wants. Sarah was on whatever Mir tonight, right? KB's not going to be complaining about it and telling you he's not going to be doing what he did to Karmic, right? And Sarah has never been unwilling to go on any show because of his relationship with KB, unlike the rest of the people.
But also, Kevin doesn't really pay Dave that often, too. I think that's part of it, too. So they have a understanding where there's no real investment, right? I know Dave's a big MLC fan, and I actually, as much as I break Dave's balls, I think he's good on MLC. I don't know why he's not on there more often, but yeah, Kevin's not going to care, and Kevin's definitely not going to care about fucking Mir and Chow. But if Dave went,
opinion, I agree with you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, sorry, I've lost. I'm just saying, Dave's not going to care. I think if Dave went on with Ray, it'd be a different story. If Dave went on with Pat Dixon, I think it'd be a different story. Like, it's just who Kevin's currently his hate is focused on at the moment.
Sarah says that's because I don't get paid, and
should you?
I disagree with it. I think it's because he can't shit on you.
Sarah's kind of neutral, like.
Well, he can't willingly shit on Sarah, and make super chat money off it. Like Sarah's not going to
conspiratorial.
But I think it's different too because Kevin is smart enough to realize that Dave doesn't give a shit about being shit on. Dave doesn't care. He doesn't take any of it seriously. I mean, Dave takes a real beating and just rolls with it. And it's not going to get to like it gets to Chad or it gets to Ray or it gets to Carmax or MKE. Dave's not going to be super emotional about it. He'll laugh with it or he'll joke about himself.
Nick, what do you think?
All right,
about
I can't
Dave
say
Sarah?
anything nice more about Dave.
Nick, what do you think about Dave Sarah?
I hate you, Dave.
I actually like Dave Sarah.
Oh,
not just because he's complimentary of me. No, I like Dave.
Sarah, this is probably true. If I went on WATP, I'd be done though. That's all. All right, Max. Sorry, I keep calling. I
It
don't know why
doesn't
I'm
matter.
doing.
It's my name,
I know
Max. It's
I'm
fine.
just
It's like a
late.
dog.
It's late.
I'm not
I,
too worried about it.
Ooh.
If anybody wants to come to my property, please come to my come get me, please.
it's rough
I've got
having all those guns and nobody to shoot at.
right.
Mhm.
Paper target's getting very, very boring. So please come get
Can
me.
you imagine?
Come get you some.
Can you
Come get you
imagine
some.
Panhandler's compound?
Yeah, 50-year-old man with
Like
nothing to lose
dehydrated food.
and
It's like,
anger issues. You guys are gonna read about me in a bell tower with a high powered rifle and panties on my head at some point. But yeah,
oh,
so
okay.
yeah, no, and you nailed the prepping stuff too, Ava. There definitely is some preparedness. All right, gotta go.
Good night, my friend.
Get
I'm
fucked, everyone.
taking you out.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Was that a plug?
He doesn't. Whether it was or it wasn't, it's I apparently didn't give him enough time to do it.
He's an
Wha-
onion. It's just gonna. It's only gonna get
I
better.
lost.
But what do you think of JMO?
I just when he emerged, I was like, I don't want to deal with this. Fuck, I just ignored him. But like, I actually really like that guy. He's really funny to me. Like he's off in this weird way, but he does this thing where he. There's only a few people in this like space that like can come up with like good, thoughtful questions and listen and understand what's happening, and then just ask like a thoughtful, good question. And he's capable of it, and it's just funny, like the visual of that, because he looks like a bozo, like, and he has like that Nike hat, and he just looks like who's that guy that not Woody Harrelson, the guy in White Men Can't Jump. Who's the other guy?
That was
Woody
Woody Harrelson.
No, who's the guy that is the same thing as Woody? He's like a super like Zionist right now.
They're all white men to Abba.
I don't know.
They all look alike.
Whatever, but I don't know. I'm on Team JMO. I like we have a problem because whenever we're on the same show as him, he just pops up on the screen and just start laughing. I can't stop laughing for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I misjudged JMO from the start, and I fucked that one up. But I mean, we're fine. But I didn't want to like him because I get so bored with the fucking mirror and fucking Chow fucking shit. And I thought
I
he
just
was
think
like,
you don't. I just ignore it. I don't ever. I
no,
don't
but
know.
he's good. He's good. I didn't give him a chance at first. That was the problem because the company he was keeping, and so yeah, no,
I
he's
just
good.
see him on Clown Town and BYB when I'm, and he's just funny. I don't know.
The Mirror Chow stuff was part of the reason why I didn't want to have him on at first.
I think that was probably why I had that revulsion too, is because I discovered him because Chow was blowing up the Clown Town chat and saying JMO, JMO. So then in my head I was like, don't.
And then
Don't
I
pay
had him
attention
on,
to
and he was like,
JMO.
he was good. He's not the because
He's weird.
I thought they were pushing a guy that was like dumber than a box of rocks, and
He's not.
was just, and he's not,
He's funny. He's
not,
funny.
not at all. And well, he's good, and he garners the right amount of hate and the right amount of love from people.
Yeah, we'll
to-
see what happens. I mean, we all could just crash, but so far, wherever he's at, I'm right there behind him.
All right. Any other Dabbleverse thoughts? Has anybody? I have not watched any. Has anybody watched the Stuttering John streams at all?
I did because people messaged me when he insults me, so I saw that, and I saw today. I super chatted in today. And he
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I've watched bits and pieces. I saw the one where he unblocked 3 of my accounts, so I can like chat again, I guess. But
it's weird.
it's not the same. Like it's the same, but it's not. It's like I don't know. He won't talk about. He won't really talk about Schmuel and Carl and shit because of the he tries to indirectly weave around it, but because of the lawsuit. But so I don't know. It almost makes it not the same.
It's really trippy for me with him because like I didn't watch these shows before. Like I was aware of them, but I didn't watch them before. Like 6 months ago when I went on his show, but it was like his last show, so it was his last show, and then I was on Schmuel's show like a week or so later, and so my whole Dabbleverse experience has been with him not existing, and so him coming back is weird because watching his show live is like I don't know how to even experience it, but like for me it is kind of like it's just boring. It's like he's just You know,
There are certain parts I just can't do it. Like today, he started doing that thing again where he's smugly talking about certain movies, and I'm like, oh my god! I literally turned the volume down. I'm like, I fucking
it's
heard this
unwatchable.
already.
It's
Yeah, and it's like
unwatchable.
as a movie buff myself, it's like he's acting like he's telling all these intricate things. That's like shit people
And
know
they're
already,
terrible
dude. Yeah,
takes. Like when he said
right.
that Quentin Tarantino would admit that M Night Shyamalan is an equal director to him,
Yeah,
and his takes are just.
oh, so bad.
I love Clay though.
Oh, I love Clay. I just wish he'd stand up for himself some more. But
I like Clay too, and man, I even bought I commissioned Clay to do a piece, which he did, and it was great. Um, and I really was like saying I was like, go on other shows. You know, there's other stuff to do. He's just
He
nope.
won't do it.
That's the
nope.
only one he wants to do.
I like that about him.
So
I like it. I like it too. Go
I'll
ahead.
tell you this. I actually reached out to before John came back. I reached out to him, Bo Beardington, and fuck the other one there. Whatever his name is. Um, and I wanted to get like one of them, mostly Clay, but I wanted to get one of them like on my show. And the way I tried selling it, I'm like, it would really piss Shuley off if you came on because I know how much he fucking hates Shuley. But yeah, he just won't. He won't do. And I think Rob Saul. I think he did
Why are
Rob
you guys,
Saul
why
once.
are you guys manipulating people?
Why not? Maybe I'm not so nice.
Tuna makes a good point. Clay had to explain to John that people who send $2 donations usually end up spending $200 by the end of the month. And
See, I like just dropping 5 or 20 on one or two times for people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've wanted to send a couple since he's come back, and I've stopped myself like both times. I can't with not getting into what him and I went through. I just can't give that fucker any of my money, as much as I want to like say something to him.
Opinion, you're right that Penhandler wants to be in a self-defense situation. These guys they just hallucinate these like scenarios.
so opinion says sometimes it feels like Jay is desperate for clout, but at least he has the capacity to be funny, unlike Clearwater Chad, for example. And it's interesting because it's with those guys promoting him so much. That's what I thought. Like I thought J-Mo is just he's looking for clout. He's looking for that, but he's got whatever it is about him. He's got the ability to back it up.
Yep.
He adjusted too, but like, I mean, he makes these rookie mistakes that I made too. And it's funny to watch someone else do it where you just come out attacking, and it's funny. But he's adjusted. Like he knows his.
It's so funny how you evolve. Like I remember I used to be nervous going like I think like the third stream I ever did was on WATP, so I remember being nervous as fuck. And it's like just don't get nervous anymore. Like I don't give a fuck if I look like a retard or not. It's like whatever.
The only times I've ever been nervous on a stream is both times with John and then with Wendy, the retard.
I go on with Wendy all the time now. I get the link like every fucking day.
Like I was just like, just.
I was so lucky the first time that I went on. The first time I was nervous to go on a stream was to go on with Husey, and I was like, just mumble mouth. But I was on with Steve Grillo, and from the Stern Show, and that guy just doesn't stop talking. So it was like perfect, And I got off, and I went, "Oh, that went really well."
Have you checked in with like Rob Saul though lately? Like,
he went live the other night. Yeah.
Have y'all seen what's going on with him?
He's been threatening me, threatening my wife.
Yeah, I did not like that.
He gained like 150
So I don't know. Somebody actually brought that up when he was live the other day about weight gain, which I didn't even notice. But yeah, Schmuel, I saw him talking about your wife. That really, but putting our differences, all joking aside, that pissed me off. Like that's not called for.
What I said?
No. Rob was talking about Schmuel's wife. She's not in the Dabbleverse, dude. Like, fuck off.
Those people are disgusting.
Yeah.
I will. What do you call it? Yeah.
But Schmuel, did you notice Rob's weight gain?
I haven't seen him. I can't tell you.
Do you want me to show you a picture?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, do you guys mind if I'm not going to. This is getting really long. I laugh because I'm notorious for saying we're going to wrap this up in 15 minutes and then going another hour and a half. But we're almost at 3:20. We're at 3:23 on the stream. So I don't know that anybody will re-listen to it for that long. But let's do it. Cigarette Jones says Rob Saul's a super mad beef with Schmuel.
Yeah.
And I am literally collateral damage. The only reason why Rob Saul dislikes me is because Deb from Nice Podcast Stupid trashed Rob Saul on my stream. And that's the reason why. I mean, it's like
I think it's probably because you look like you're in shape, and Rob Saul is at least 150 pounds overweight.
That's now. When I met him in Atlantic City, this is just February.
Did he look like that? Did he look like that?
No, he was fine.
No.
He looked.
That's what I'm saying. I think I'm worried. I'm worried about Rob.
He looked very average, and he's a fancy man dresser. You know,
he dresses like a gay fireman, but he does seem like he's 150K over.
And he definitely had a perfect haircut. He had a beautiful leather bag.
Very symmetrical.
Very like whatever. But the other thing too is I am barely 5'8" on a good day, and Rob was like almost a head shorter than me. I mean, it was so if you're talking about all that weight, he's such a little guy.
Oh, he's like, how tall is Rob Saul?
He got to be like a head shorter. He's got 5'6", 5.
Yeah, like 5'5", 5'6". If it's a head,
yeah.
Then that weight gain is pretty concerning.
What's with the Dabbleverse? I'm like I say 6 feet because I'm 5'11" and a half, like exactly. But it's like that's like a fucking giant in the Dabbleverse. Fucking
how tall do you think I am?
It's a good question. 5'9".
I'm thinking 5'8", 5'9".
You're right.
Wow.
So opinion is really funny. Opinion gives me
I like opinion.
Advice. Yeah, end the stream at peak viewership. Real Ray move, Schmuel.
Are you peaking viewership right now?
No, we're not. We're about where we've been. We're at like 27. This is about where we've been all night.
Do you want me to show you that?
Yeah. Do you need to?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just gonna pull up John whenever he was on John's show, and you can see the massive weight fluctuation. But talk amongst yourself for a second. I'll pull it.
All right.
Do I DM you the image of it?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Nick, talk or something.
Sure. All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Schmuel Buckman Show. We're just chilling. What the fuck we're doing?
The brownie.
Oh. Schmuel, did you hear? Oh, never mind.
No, go. Hold on. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I had to stop myself. It's gonna be a surprise. You'll see. Sorry.
Oh, I saw. Well, Echo put up your.
Oh, did he put it up? All right.
The turn against me or something.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be doing the anti Schmuel show.
Okay.
Well, at least it's not another anti-trans show.
I know. Can't have any more of those.
Nick is just letting it all loose. Wait, do I just DM it to you?
Yeah. Did you? Did you send it? Did you send it?
I can't paste it over. God bless it. Okay, send it to you. I'm gonna do it on Twitter. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I'm over here looking for.
I'll talk while you guys do this. So Ava, I was even thinking because you brought up how you have to, or not, you don't have to, but how in the Dabbleverse you're very, I forget the term you used, but people love you because you can take a joke as a trans jokes and all this stuff and blah blah blah, self-deprecating, whatever you want to say, and it's like running a political show as like one of the only lefties in the Dabbleverse. That's fucking hard too because I feel like everyone that watches. You guys rag on Liquid, but I think they all agree with him. Most of them agree with him. They don't fucking agree with me.
I know, but I think it's a lost opportunity for you because like you would benefit, and this is what if I had a show and I was and I were to pick a counterpart, I was gonna find like the best like Trump supporter or the best right winger that is like that knows their shit that could you can actually like talk about those issues in good faith. You know what I'm saying? And like Liquid doesn't do that. He's just lazy and just kind of, you get the sense that he just watches like videos of black people like that are fighting with each other, and then videos of like trans people like freaking out. Like he's a guy that just does this clickbait. He has no policy understanding, and he's also just, but he's morally bankrupt politically. And so to me it's like it's a lost opportunity for you, because you could have somebody that like is a good faith like knowledgeable right winger, that, and where those conversations would be like productive, you know. Yeah. uh you see Rob Saul right there?
Yeah, a little chunky.
Yeah, he's looking like he's probably about 260 in this shot. And like
It keeps going up. Keeps
the
going
last time
up.
I got into an argument with him, he was like half of this weight. And people have been talking about how they're worried about him, and I didn't know if you guys had a chance to check in with or check up on him.
See, on a guy that size, that's probably like 20, 25 pounds.
No, it's probably about 100.
It can't be.
I'm more worried. I'm more worried about the eyes.
He looks like,
He looks fucked up.
he's out of control.
Sorry, let me.
And you know, I'm not. Everyone else has been talking about this, and so, you know, don't kill the messenger. But like, people are concerned about Rob because they don't know, like, is he depressed or like what's going on?
Well, let's switch. Look at John. Okay, so John
looks
is
great.
John is
He makes
behind.
John look great.
John is got a filter. That's a filter
Yep.
that John's using. A pretty
Rob-
heavy filter. Look
Rob
at
probably has filters on.
talk about the eyes. Look at John's eyes as well.
But Rob's face is blimped up. He has titties that are almost as big as mine. He's got a gut. He looks like a slob. There's a slovenly like droll to the way his mouth hangs off of his face. He is a mess. And that's what people keep telling me.
I have to say, I have to tell you the truth. I mean, he looks like he's gaining weight, but it doesn't look bad to me.
Yeah, you know, Av, I love her, but there's always the exaggeration.
No. I'm saying no. I'm worried about Rob.
Okay.
And everyone
Are you
else.
really?
Yeah.
I want to
Nick
see.
is too. Nick in the DMs is a lot more concerned about Rob's weight than he's owning up
I
to.
don't think I've ever DM'd you about
Even
Rob in my
Liquid
life.
Cryptid is taking a stance on Rob's weight, and he's worried.
No,
boy.
hold on. Let me try some. Try something.
Do you want me to pull up a picture of Rob from like the last time I agreed with him, like earlier this year?
No, I'll just hang on a second. Hang on.
Okay, you hang on.
I'll remind you, John recently said that he is 2 pounds lighter than he was when he fought Cabby.
And see, that's
John's
what I
looking
was.
better than ever.
Yep.
Are you kidding?
He looks like
Yes.
John looks like he's packed on about
Yeah.
20, 30 pounds.
I don't even. But who knows? There's some kind of effect going on with this. I don't even know what he looks like.
Oh my god, I shouldn't even bring this up. I can't believe somebody kept spamming his chat today. Did you see that, Ava? With supposedly an address?
I thought that they were spamming me because
Of his organ? Yeah.
no, I live
Oh.
on the like same street.
Are you serious?
Whose address? Who were they spamming?
Wait, should I not have said that?
No, it's all
Probably
right. Go
not.
ahead.
Yeah. No, it was one of John's kids.
I like had a meltdown because
Oh, I got what.
I'm
I
like,
know
I'm
what.
being
Yeah,
dumb.
it kept saying
No, it's like
blank the name of the person. They made themselves like I'm mumbling Nick. They made their name like blank and blank lives,
know.
and then they kept putting an address.
I realized that after, but the address was just like so close to my.
Yeah, I got scared. I won't say anything, but there was I won't give details, but there was a stream a while back where somebody they were talking about things in New England, and someone named a city I used to live in like before I moved like 2 years ago, and I'm like,
Shut up, Scooty.
do they know
I
where the
agree
fuck
with
I live?
Scooney.
Faggot. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, he's right. Go ahead.
No, he's
No,
big.
I was just saying somebody once put up the city that I live in, and I got like nervous. Like, do they know where I live? They're having a separate conversation with somebody, but it was just weird when you see that up there.
That's so messed up that people are doing that. It's like if you want to say that John dogs Clearwater, that's fine, but like those same people would argue that like John is a horrible father, and so like hasn't John?
That was
Yeah, so it's like
terrible,
why
terrible.
not? Why would
Yeah.
you put their John's child through more like they did that relentlessly forever, and then they did it on another show. But
Well,
I drove by it after that
of course you did.
because it's literally like within like 3 blocks,
Right?
and but if you they have like security, like if you just go to the house, it's like this made me feel so bad. It's like if you drive it, it's like security cams in place, and I was like, oh my god, fucking Knight has had to was like set up like security cameras all over their house because of people in the Doppelgangers, and that made me like really bummed out.
You know, but whoever was doing that,
Like it's like
was-
when like in a sense where there's signs all over it where it's like if you are trespassing on this property,
Oh my god.
yeah, it's fucked up.
I know,
I-
but
It's really fucked up that people are doing that.
the
and-
kid is really fucked up. The kid's been fucked
Oh.
up for a very long time, so there's a lot of other
You
stuff
don't know
going
that
on.
the kid is like a college graduate that bought that house on their own, and don't
Not that kid.
oh
Not that kid. And but the kids had problems for a really long time.
Who?
But they
What kid?
wanted to go that but that's and I
what kid?
it's John's kid.
Don't talk about John's kid like that. Like John's kids have made so much of themselves despite what John has done to them.
Yeah, I have no idea
Don't
if
ever
that
question their kids.
kid
I
has
am
issues
not-
or not, but it's
Jesus
still,
Christ.
nobody has a right to dox their address.
No, but
Fuck.
what they're doing you know why they did it. They didn't do it to go after the kid. They did it to go after John. And
But that's not the point. That's I'm pointing out the absurdity of that is that people don't make that calculation. They're just like, oh, we'll just dox John's kid, as if like John's kid has anything to do with this. That was my point.
right, but I think their point might be that John
Then dox John's address. Don't
John's putting up
Yes, then-
Clearwater's
then
address
doc-
where
then-
Clearwater's where
then
Clearwater's
dox-
kid
then dox-
lives.
Then dox John's
Wait,
address.
John dox. I missed all that. John dox Clearwater Chad.
Oh.
Yeah.
subtly,
Yeah. So
but it
it's
was
like
everybody already knew the town that Clearwater lived.
Yeah, I know where. I know what city he lives
Buckman,
in.
now,
and everything.
Buckman, that's
Yeah.
my point. Is that these people are the same people that would say that John was a horrible father to these people. So why are you doxing them instead of him in response to him doxing Clearwater Chat?
right. I'm not saying it's
up.
right. I'm
You're
explaining.
defending it,
No, I'm not defending it. I'm explaining why they would do it.
and I'm
'Cause they
immediately
wanted to go-
responding. I'm immediately responding with the next rational thought, which is, then why don't they dox John's address?
Because everybody knows John's address.
Well, dox his address. Why are you throwing his kids into it? It's so
Because
fucked
his
up.
John's address has been doxed a million times.
But where's the justice in that? If John's doxing other people, like his
There-
kids
there-
didn't dox anybody.
There is no justice in it. What
Okay, then why are you defending that argument?
I am not defending it.
You're like, well,
I'm
John
stating
doxed Clearwater
why.
Chad. I'm like, yeah, Knight Melendez didn't.
No, I
And
get
I was
it,
trying to
but
I was trying to make the point that
Clearwater's kid lives at the house. So essentially John was
I didn't
doxing
even know
Clearwater's
that.
kid,
Mhm.
right?
Clear. I don't think that it's okay to even make that point to defend doxing Knight. And what I was trying to illustrate is that because of the nature of that, I just drove by because it's on the way to where I go get cigarettes, and it upset me that they have to have security cameras all over their house with signs like "Don't step onto the property," because it made me think about like what they go through when people
Yeah,
dox them like that.
but we'll have a conversation outside of here about that as well. So if when we end the show, I'll explain to you something.
Then
about that.
you'll say something that makes sense.
Yeah, I will try, but not that I can.
No, you're smart. You're smarter
Look,
than me. I have
it's-
to pee though.
It's
I
yeah,
have I'll
it's
be
really late. Why don't you go pee? Nick and I will wrap up and then come back and we'll
Yeah, you and Nick rock up, and God knows what will happen in that.
we'll all say goodnight.
I love you, Nick.
Love you.
Opinion. I agree with Ava wholeheartedly on this. I agree with Ava wholeheartedly on this as well. My point was that they wanted to get something that was going to hurt John, and that's why they did it. And it's a shame that the kid becomes collateral damage.
Yeah, what's ironic is I never even I get what you're saying, Schmuel, but it's like these same people will say that John doesn't give a fuck about his kids. So it's like it's not really. I don't even understand. It doesn't even hurt. Like he blocked me a million times and a million other people over stupid shit. That address must have been put up like 100 fucking times at least, and he just kept letting him do it. It's like he wasn't blocking it. I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
He's also an idiot, and he's probably half in the bag when he's,
Yeah, true.
So he probably doesn't even know. He probably doesn't even know his own kid's address. Probably thinking that Doc's an Ava, which he
Yeah,
was probably fine with.
yeah, that could be
And,
true. Yeah, he would be fine with it.
There was a streamer who interviewed a woman who showed proof of SJ harassing a woman who was a donator, and they sexted. Nothing wrong with sexting, I guess. I don't know. What do I know? And
Oh, Clay's all mad at me because he saw, I don't know, there was some stream that got clipped where I was talking about how I've been talking to Ashley and trying to talk her out of oh, you were there too, Schmiel, I think. Yeah. How we were trying to talk Ashley out of like staying away from fucking John. Clay wants Ashley to go on for some fucking reason.
I Ashley frustrates me. I love Ashley to death, but it's just like, she went on Rochi and Eccles' show, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What?
And thinking that, like, oh, friends and everything, and Rochi keeps bringing up the horse story, and it's
Because
like,
Rochi's a fat, miserable piece of shit.
and that's
that
the
just, like, wants to
one
pile on
thing,
people 'cause he's a stupid, fat, fucking
of
loser
all the things
douchebag.
with Ashley, and it's just like, she seemed surprised, and I'm just like, I don't know. Like, my attitude is whenever you go on any of these shows, particularly if you're like Ashley, you got to assume you're being trolled 100% of the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like, why are you judging her for the way she responds to it? Like, you wouldn't respond any better than she did.
Actually, I would.
No, I've watched you not.
No, you may have watched me not. I may have
Dude,
not.
you're a guy that got butt hurt because of and couldn't, and you admitted to me that maybe the way that you're judging Karmic on his relationship is based on the idea that he talks shit about you. Like,
I'm
you
not
get
butthurt.
you get
That wasn't
you
me. I'm not upset about that.
no, but I asked you. I said, is there a chance that the reason that you're not giving Karmic like a fair shot in this disagreement that me and you had was because he talked bad about you, and you were like, you did rule that out, that might be why. Like,
Yeah, but that's not what
you're
it's not
just a
the same.
sense.
It's not the same, but it's 100% different. I'm not having
If you
I'm not having Karmic on trying to get him to cry or, to be upset. We're having a conversation about why am I giving him, what was like, why do I think I'm giving him a hard time?
can you be
I,
like, can you be honest with me and like just think about this before you answer? If you suffered the onslaught of attacks that Ashley did, and they were relevant to your life, and this, do you think that you would handle that any better than her?
I do, because I think I would have been prepared. I think I would have been prepared for it, which might mean even just going off, just leaving.
Is it possible that you're not being fair to her right now because you're mad about the way that the prospect of you guys doing the show together went?
No, what do you call it? No, not at all.
Okay.
I like it. It was hard for me to see somebody that I liked be shit on, and it was seemed to me that she wasn't expecting it. That she thought that these guys were going to be like friendly and stuff to her,
Why don't
and
you ever defend me when I get shit on?
because you can handle it.
I think she can handle it too.
But you don't have. But yeah, but you're not the sensitive. Whatever. It's
I know
just.
it.
But you know how to, like. You know how to deal with trolls, right? And you know how to deal with that stuff. But
I don't know. I thought I did, but then I realized I was overreacting, and then I tried to turn it down a little bit, and I think maybe I'm better at it now.
And
Sorry, I'm eating a pickle.
All right. Well, so as opinion says, Ashley handled the ridicule bullying terribly. She went about it completely wrong. Most people would have handled it better. I mean, at the very least,
No.
I would have gone on the attack.
Yeah, I think she did. Like, she's been attacked so many times, but if you like when I'm I love Honk, and when I was on BOB and Hurt and Honk got into it,
Oh my god.
like he
You were
massacred.
dying, Ava. You were laughing the whole fucking time.
That was one of the funniest things of it. Like, dude, you know how I'm about. Like, I could watch people if I'm watching people and I know it's like a good argument and it's real. I'm just like Howard, like, where that's candy, and that was just amazing. But for what it's worth, if you wanted to talk about your point, like Ashley Ashley was a fucking warrior in it, you know.
No,
It's not like she wasn't like busting balls right back, and I think
but that's not what.
she doesn't get credit for that.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. We're talking about two. We're talking about two different things.
You're right, actually, I understand.
She
When I
thought
was
that
saying that, I was like,
she thought that Rochi was like a friend and was going to treat her
well, then
with
she's wrong
with
because
kind
Rochi's
of
a fucking
respect.
slob.
Jesus Christ, which goes back to what I said in the beginning: is be prepared 100% of the time to get trolled.
You're right. Actually, I was wrong.
You know, I mean that's all.
You guys
And,
just keep trashing on my co-host. What's going on?
We're not wrong about that.
Yeah, well,
You know that we're right about that.
would two people agree that wholeheartedly?
You've DM'd me that I'm right about that.
You get first of all, you said I haven't DM'd you.
That's not
I
true.
haven't DM'd you in months. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of the DMs, I had to send Ava a DM like, are you posting my DMs to you to Nick? Because you were saying that
Nick Schmuel that you said that you told him that I'm sharing his DMs with
I
you.
never said that.
Yeah, you did.
No. Show me where I said that, Schmuel.
You said I'm not
Are
going
you
back.
saying this guy claims he doesn't remember, and it's always these important things. This is what this.
No, I can tell you what I said. I said Ava ratted you out is what I said, word for word.
What did I rat him out
No,
about?
and before that, you said she was sharing my DMs.
I never said anything about sharing it. Ava's never shared a DM with me in her life.
I just pulled that out of my ass and invented
then
it.
show it.
Pull it up. Let's.
I give you permission.
I'm not going to go back and watch.
No,
your
pull it up.
stream
Don't be Nick and not want to litigate it. Just
all right, where did I? Oh, this wasn't a. Where did I supposedly say this?
Can I eat a pickle while you guys?
It was all in the same. It was in the same thing that Ava had ratted you. Ava was sharing the DMs with you.
I never
that
said
Ava had
shared the
ratted me
DMs.
out.
Maybe
and-
Eckel said that as a whatever. That was not
No,
me.
it was definitely you.
This is what Nick does.
No.
He doesn't take responsibility for the shows he's on, and whenever need be, he just throws the other people under the bus. He's like, "Well, I didn't say that." I was like, "Well,
I don't even know. I'm number one. I'm guessing what show he's even talking about at this point. I don't even know what show he's talking. But I assume it was me and Eckel, because I don't. As he said, he doesn't watch my political show, so it's the only thing else I could think of.
You know what just clicked with me, Nick, was that Eckel actually is like analogous to Liquid, like because Eckel will be like this like contrarian with you about politics, and you guys will argue about guns, but then he gets to rest on the laurels of like, well, I live in England, and I think it should be the way it is here, where we don't have guns and all these things. But he'll like, you know what I'm saying? And Liquid does the same thing, except instead of saying that, he's just like, well, nothing really matters anyway. I don't know. It's two pushovers.
Yeah, no, I mean Eckel and I are just. I like them both, but Eckel and I that's my boy. We're just having fun. We're not.
Eckel's talented and
yeah.
You know, all the things that Liquid isn't.
Sorry, Liquid, if you're watching this later. I tried. He's a good dude. He knows his shit. Like I said, the only critique I would have, and I'm sure he has one of me, is that I
don't think he's a good dude.
I just thought I wish he would like I said, go after the right like I go after the left.
Don't you think that to be a good dude would mean that they would recognize that you are operating in good faith and you're doing a politics show and you're a guy that is in good faith and isn't a shill for a political party? Wouldn't a good guy recognize that?
Are you giving him permission by going after the left?
What?
Is Nick giving him permission when he goes after the left?
I just call it like I see it, and I can't imagine he's. At times, I don't think he's doing the same. I think there's. I think.
Mick,
Look, we all have a bias, and I think he has trouble with his bias sometimes that I
Mick,
don't have.
can I make this point for you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, what we were talking about is that
You
this is
two
what
kids
I
chat. I'll
was-
be right
I-
back.
No, I'm talking to you, Schmuel. Oh, okay.
Grandpa's gone.
So what's up, Nick?
It's going down.
Yeah.
By the way, I got.
What's going on with you?
By the way,
Yeah.
I never said number one. I'll even tell you when he before he comes back. I was busting his balls. Well, actually, fuck it. I'll throw him under the bus. Fuck this. Yeah, when you went on Jake's show. Remember when I was live talking about you and
The
him
other night.
covering, and you literally said, "Yeah, Schmuel DM me." You said it on Jake's show. You didn't even say it to me. So that's all I was talking about. I never
Oh no, I
said
said
you
Schmuel
should.
told.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, people like Schmuel's when he's not the only one. They're like, Nick is doing a show about you right now. I'm like, what? This happened 5 times.
So what I'm saying is, I never said you shared your DMs, but maybe like the close he misunderstood. If I said anything about DMs, it would have been Ava said you were DMing her.
I told Nick
About going
about
on
how
the
you
show.
accused him of being an anti-Semite.
Yeah, did you tell him I did a 2-hour thing? I watched it. I watched it.
You saw that, yeah?
Yeah, the 2 hours I did on
you see his-
anti-Semitism.
Did you see his response to that?
I don't remember what it was.
I don't- he started talking about wrestling.
Oh
But
yeah,
that-
yeah.
but that's because he doesn't care.
Oh
but
my God, Ava, you gotta. So he's actually I give not that he cares, but Jake's trying to do like a real wrestling show with like some old guy some old Southern dude who goes
That
about like,
guy's that guy's really nice. I thought he'd be like, he was like really nice to me.
oh no, yeah, I'm not even talking about that guy. Neil's brother. Yeah. There's some other guy. Jake tried doing a show the other night with the guy goes by like country fried cornbread or some shit like that. And so the dude's trying to do a structured show, and Jake, he starts getting antsy. It's supposed to be like at least an hour, and they're like 38 minutes in, and Jake's like, you can tell he's trying to end it. Then finally he goes to the guy. He's like, do you know you're on StreamYard? Sorry, no. He goes, do you know you're on Rumble? And the guy's like, yeah. He's like, oh, are you reading the comments? And the guy's like, yeah, I read one. So and you could tell there must have been a comment against Jake up there, and Jake's like, yeah, why don't we fuck, I forget how he worded it, but he's like, let's just cut it or something like that. And the guy's like, no, I'm not gonna read the comment. He's like, no, let's just end the stream. And the guy's like, why? Because there's a comment up you don't like. Jay's like, no,
Let's can we lock in on that? Let's lock in on that. It's almost as if Jake is actually really, really sensitive, and maybe someone like you, that if you're gonna make a help video for him, should maybe recognize that like this person just doesn't like conflict on those levels and that type of criticism, and maybe your whole approach was wrong and was going to be interpreted as an attack.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Good. Glad a month later you recognized that.
As long as you acknowledge I was part of me acting in good faith.
You were acting in good faith, but you're morally implicated, and you haven't owned this in that panel you had. In that you, just because Chris Peeps was making points arguing against why this person should receive government assistance, and you didn't say it, it's your responsibility because it's your show, and so you're hosting a show where people are having these discussions, and you're not doing anything to curtail that.
Right.
So
Fair enough. I should have said something after. I will say this. I was
why
actually
why not just be like, hey, that's not what we're talking about. Let's not get into his finances.
I was surprised he said what he said solely
He had
because
a lot of time to think about it and fix it.
No, you're right. Afterwards, it's fine. I was just saying I was surprised he said what he said because he kept saying he has all this stuff. He said he wasn't going to say anything big because he wants to release it himself or something. So I wasn't expecting any bombshells like that on the show when he said it. But yeah,
there's a lot of them. You're not being honest about the amount of hosting you've done to attacks on Jake.
Yeah, well, I'm done with Jake. I don't even care.
I don't think
I'm
you are.
done
I
with
think you're
Jake.
gonna do
No,
another
I
video.
am. No, I don't.
Schmuel's gonna message me tomorrow to be like, Nick's back on it.
Oh my God, here we go with this Jake shit again.
Nope, I'm done with Jake.
Just Just kidding. No, but I think that was what, look, part of the deal is it's like this is where it was going to end up. And that's why I said the thing to you
Well, he
about
doesn't invite
Ray.
me on his show, so we never have this opportunity to be like, "Are you serious?" So like, that's what we're just because I've
No,
been
when I
blacklisted by Liquid Cryptid of all people.
when I said the thing about Ray, it
Do you
was.
realize how
Let me
beneath
finish, please,
Liquid
for once,
Cryptid is?
once.
That I'm gonna be okay. Go
All right, Ava, let me just say this to Nick. The reason why I said the thing about Ray is because it's like, oh, I spent all this time trying to like do with Ray what you were doing with Jake, and it's pointless. Like you're gonna wind. This is the position you're gonna wind up in anyway. So
No, I know what you meant. I was just having fun with it, saying that you know, I know what you were trying to say.
because I find it very frustrating. I find it frustrating when you see like people that the answer is obvious, but they just don't get it, you know? And you're like, oh, let me tell them this. And then you find out that you're one of 40 people that told them that before. And I may be
No,
exaggerating.
this is a very good point. Let's lock in on that point Schmuel is making because that's crucial.
But, you know, and because you did say that 2 years ago, he wasn't doing this stuff. And then I remember 2 years ago, he was shoving his finger in his asshole and licking it for Schmuel.
Yeah, for money
So,
though. He was making his money, making his bank, making his nut.
all right, whatever.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Look, I have a weird. I'm fucked in the head. I watched, I think, more Jake than anybody. I do find that shit entertaining for some reason. There's something I don't know why. But there has been a change where now it's all. I don't want to get into it, but yeah, it was just he seems more obsessed with getting money than he used to be, and
I mean, look,
But
yeah.
you seem more obsessed with him than he seems to be obsessed with money. Like you're on his ass.
no, I don't care anymore.
And it
I
makes
gave.
him
I,
feel, and it
all
makes
right,
him
I don't
feel
want to get
bad.
into it. Like I
You're
gave a
making him feel
suggestion.
bad. Like you're upsetting him.
No, because how he was. I told you there was literally someone gave him $450 and they're on like their deathbed and he's still trying to get more money from them. Like that bothered me when he did that. That's all.
Are you gonna? I mean, how many people are we surrounded by that like do things that like would like to point out, or why are you litigating Jake's shit? Like Jake lives in poverty, and he's got. Despite his poverty, he's like found a way to become this original broadcaster who has his own thing going. Why are you piling on him?
No, go ahead, Jake. You have at it.
He's trying to, but Nick keeps making videos about
I'm
him.
nobody. I am nobody. I can't take Jake down.
You're on his radar. You're a person who used to go on his show. You and Krishan and all them. Like you're a thorn on his side, and I don't understand why. Like let him be.
The dude wrote a diss track about me. He plays like 5 times a day, and I'm a
I
thorn in
wish
his
I played all
side.
the instruments on it.
It's funny as shit. He starts singing it and stuff. It's actually pretty good. It's cheesy, but it's funny.
I'd give my left nut for a diss track.
Oh, Liquid was all pissed he didn't get a diss track.
Liquid is the least worthy
He
of
said
a
he
diss
was
track
like
person
he was
I've
meaner
ever.
or something.
All right, so Ava, my dear.
But Nick, is it true that when I did that first Jake interview with you that Liquid threw a tantrum and insisted on being on the show?
I don't remember that. I mean, did he? Are you making shit up? I literally don't remember that. But
No, I remember that because
I was letting you
I remember
go.
that because I showed it to. It was one of the first times to show people in my real life a thing from the Dabbleverse.
Yep.
And all of them were like, "Why is that person with that animated thing? It's distracting from the video." And in my head, I was like, "Fucking told Nick."
Okay. I remember you saying maybe too many people on the screen or something like that. I do
Yeah, I was
remember
like,
that.
I
Yeah,
was politely being like, "Let's not have Nick
Yeah.
on the Jake Hudson."
I
Because
can't be on my own show.
All right.
Fuck?
Nick,
I-
not Nick. Liquid.
I know what you meant.
I want to end the Nick Liquid Jake thing.
We all
and
agree Liquid sucks. So
very except for Nick.
Hi, Liquid.
You know, but I will say that Ava Nick is not responsible for the things that Liquid says
I didn't say
on
who
the
it was.
stream. No, but I mean, you were implying you said something earlier about like Liquid
I was implying when
said
he's doing
something and Jake and Nick
when he's
didn't
doing
do anything.
when he's doing a 4-person panel where they're all piling on Jake and one of them is saying inappropriate things, or they're breaking down Jake's finances in a way that like makes it seem like he shouldn't be receiving government money as a artistic person. And Nick is just sitting there and letting that happen over and over again, and hosting videos where that kind of stuff is being
All
discussed.
right, well, if you want to get serious about it,
I was
he
just saying,
said
I was just saying that Nick isn't an innocent bystander in it. Nick can do whatever he wants with his show, and anybody can do whatever. But I'm just saying he's not. He can't separate himself from it at a certain point if he's this guy that's hosting these sessions where people are just shitting on Jake. Like
that's okay. That's fair. I'm guilty, but let's just get this down for once. He said one fucking financial thing. You act like it was the whole show. He said one fucking thing, and
I
right away,
release
Krishan's
release
like,
20
"Is
minutes.
that true? Is that
Release the
true?" Like, you even asked if it was fucking
release
true.
the 20 minutes.
And if it is true, well then,
Release the 20 minutes before I came on that stream.
all
There
right,
you go.
20
All
minutes
right,
before
listen.
you came on.
Slow.
All right, I'll look it up.
I got to stop you guys on the Jake talk because
Yeah.
I'll probably fall asleep and hit here. Let's do some of the chat and then finally rock and roll out of here. Scooney says,
But Nick's great though.
Scooney says, you've got the most burner accounts named after you, Schmuel, if that helps you. I am Schmuel Bugman, and it took Karmic a long time to figure it out. And Bugman was just super chatting him and shitting on him as me. And it's fun watching these guys who are getting money from somebody and hate and they just lose their minds over what they're saying, but they wouldn't block them because they're sending them $2 or $5 at a time. Like you're like you're you know, a clown or a monkey, you know, monkey dance. But in any event, but there are a bunch named after me. And
Can we acknowledge that Rochi is a total loser who has again bailed on backing the shit up with me on the stream?
I like Rochi.
Yeah, I like
well,
Rochi too. I get why you don't like Rochi, but I like Rochi.
I know you like to traffic in lots of anti-trans people, Nick.
I think Rochi is what do you call it? I think Rochi is
Fat
interesting.
slob. No,
And-
he's not interesting.
And listening, you know, he does a good show, but
I don't think he does. I think he does a terrible show.
Great point. They've got morals to an extent. Look, this is you know, right? This is the deal with with people, that it's the stuttering Johns of the world that would do this, and the karmics that love getting shit on and whatnot. But anyway, this is what I wanted to wrap up with and the JMO conversation and other stuff. I was watching Brennan the other
Rochi
night.
has no moral core. He's a fucking fat, ugly.
Or I
weird
saw
fuck.
a clip of Keanu shitting
Well, Ashley's wrong on that. Sorry.
number one, shitting on Ashley, and number two, we'll just go with number one. But she's like, when it came to JMO, and Ashley saying, "Oh, should we have JMO on?" And Keanu's like, "I didn't even know who JMO was on." And you mean? And she was like, "Oh, that's just ridiculous. Oh, that's just ridiculous." And I'm thinking, yeah, God forbid, Keanu, you do something interesting on your show, right? Like, maybe have somebody else on. The two of you are sitting there with 7 viewers, and Ashley's proposing something that may or may not work, but it's not any worse than what you're doing now. So it's like, Keanu's just such a cunt. I apologize for using that word, but man, I can't stand her.
She's hot, but she's married to Gino Bisconte. So, like, what expectations did you have for her?
Right, and Gino was on Karmic last week, and Gino's like,
Gino's a retard.
I don't know any of these people in the Dabbleverse. I don't know where. And then he runs a list of names. So he knows all these people in Dabbleverse. But Gino saying he's not in the Dabbleverse is like Ray saying he's not in the Dabbleverse.
Gino,
all their money comes from the Dabbleverse. Go ahead.
A bozo. Like, Gino is an idiot. He's an imbecile. There's not even like a heyday with him. You watch those like old compound clips when Brennan fucking straightened his ass out. He's a cuck, weirdo loser. I don't understand why Keanu would marry him, but I mean that's not a knock on Gino. That's honestly a knock on Keanu, and that's limited my respect for her is that she's married to Gino Bisconte. Do you agree with that, Nick?
Yeah, I'm not a big. You know what's funny? The first, I've had to tell Echo this. The first thing I ever did on a show is he used to have this show called 5 and 5, and I was one of his original guests, and it was like 5 questions in 5 minutes, and there was like an F Mary kill thing, and I had Keanu. I had her in there as I think my Mary or something, and man, what a mistake that was. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking that day. Like she I almost lean more towards Schmuel. I don't think she's a good person at all. I think she's I've rooted for her twice. Once when fucking Gino lost his shit on her on the air and it was scary. And actually when she was going against Nick Recator and all them and that shit when
She was great in that.
I thought she did very well during that situation. But
I mean,
um
she's married to Gino, so it's kind of like, but she's physically to me so hot.
Have you ever met her?
No, I haven't met anyone.
I yeah. I will tell me that how you feel about that. Like after you meet her.
I don't think I'll ever meet Keanu. Like, I don't see that
but
happening.
I just the whole thing. It just like the two of them are just tiresome.
Keanu and Ashley.
Keanu and Gino.
Gino.
And one of the things that
Keanu
never
to
gets
me is better broadcaster than Gino.
But we all know about the famous punch in the bar, right? Of Gino getting hit in the jaw, right?
Yeah.
But what nobody mentions is
no, I don't know.
that was probably Gino's third, I think, physical altercation
Gino
with somebody else
who punched him?
in a month. The other ones just weren't on camera.
Gino, like, I feel like if he was in my circle and I feel like I wouldn't get arrested, I'd punch him too. Like, he sucks. Like, and he's like an idiot. And I could imagine having an argument with him where I'm like, there's actually no talking to you. I have to hate you to like resolve this. Like, he's one of those guys. Gino's an imbecile.
Well, yeah, it's like, and one dummy says something and then the other dummy agrees to it. That's why I think, and look, I can't, the amount of booze that guy drinks and whatever Keanu does, I can't imagine that they find each other funny because they're both hammered most of the time.
I don't even look at them in terms of comedy, even though they're curiously in that. I mean, right? I don't know.
Ava, I don't know if you know this, but Gino does like once a week. He does like a political show with his brother on Rumble, and I used to go in. Yeah, I used to go in the chat. I'll have to show you one time. I made a video once because they kept responding to my chats because I was the only liberal in the fucking thing. And Gino's brother is actually, even though he doesn't agree with us, he'll listen. He's very like open minded. Gino kept putting me in fucking timeout, and I stopped going there because Mr. Free Speech would always have his fucking mods like fucking put me in timeout because I was, speaking differently than them. So
he like muted you and shit.
He mutes me all the I stopped going. I stopped supporting his show.
Does he still have that show?
Yeah, he does it. Yeah, next time he does it, I'll message it. I forget what day he usually does.
Would he have me on?
I don't know. To find out.
Probably would.
Yeah,
If he muted you, then there's no way I'm gonna be able to talk.
Pat overreacted. This is opinion. Pat overreacted, but Gino took the risk of testing another man, and we saw how that went. Shortly before that incident, a comedian was pissed at Gino because of his mouth. Grabbed him by the neck, put him up against the wall, and lifted him off the ground by it.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like that's a reflection on Gino that is just getting punched by all these guys, and it's a badge of honor on Pat Dixon and on KB's end that they fucking check his ass.
But it's like, look, if one guy punches you, it's like the old asshole rule, right? If you think you're the only person that's not an asshole in the room, it's probably you. If one guy just walked up and randomly punched you, that's one thing. But when you're getting physically attacked by several people, maybe you are the problem.
Yes. I've learned that lesson in my life too, where it's like, I seem to be pissing off. You have to check yourself.
And one of the other things, a big Gino thing is like, Compound had no loyalty. Compound had no loyalty. He was the only guy that showed up at the studio every day during COVID. He wasn't asked to do that. He did that on his own because he lives in like a 400 or 500 square foot apartment. and he wanted it to get out. It's not like
This is where me and you guys are
they,
different. I never would let him into my life to know that. I
they
don't.
didn't.
I
We
won't. I
didn't. Well,
just refuse to even.
I know it because of him talking about it, and I also happen to know the people from Compound, you know, who also talk about it. And they, these guys, they like Gino. Like Gino probably is like one of the most fun party people, that you could hang out in a bar with and have a good time. Um, but beyond that, there's nothing there,
There's
you know.
really nothing there. But that, I do understand that where it's like I can see how like someone like him. It's like yeah, it's fine to have Gino around, especially if you're an alcoholic and you're in denial and you can just like have him around and look at him and be like, well, at least I'm not Gino.
If you guys
Yeah.
watch
Go ahead.
Compound, did you ever see when if you remember, they got robbed? Like, I'm not trying to bring race into it, but this black woman came into the studio and everyone else thought she was a guest of somebody else, and she ended up like there's like surveillance video and Gino's being all nice to her, and like she's literally like robbing the place like right in front of him. It was fucking hilarious.
Was that staged?
No,
No.
no, there was a whole crime, the whole thing and everything, like police report and everything. Yeah, like
Well, that's
they
not looking good for black people.
no,
The one place you don't want to do
I
that.
know. Hey, Rob, fuck it. Maybe Kumi had it coming. Little revenge.
He's got everything.
Gino's a
Going.
friend you stop hanging out with in your 30s. Yeah.
Yeah, dude,
Yes,
that's actually
that's
so
perfect.
fun.
Yes,
Like you remind,
yeah.
like when I was trying to describe him, I was thinking literally about a person like him. When I
Well,
was in my late 20s, actually.
a lot of shit went on at Compound. They let in one random black person. and hit
I
the
know
two.
that's suspect.
Yeah.
Stancil brought in the homeless guy that had attacked somebody with an axe on the streets days before. Um, Gino gave away the person who gave him the clip of Kayla talking about her breast massage. He even read that the person said, "Don't name me."
Who's Kayla?
Nick Rekida's
With his
wife.
wife.
Oh,
And it's and Gino is essentially, he went to that what do you call it, anniversary show Steel Toe had last month, and really created a lot of problems for Steel Toe because he can't keep his mouth shut. And but the whole deal is like, oh, his
Steel Toe
big
should
thing,
punch him.
the big thing with Dixon was, oh, he's hit 3 women. There's no evidence outside of what this guy's saying. He says he talked to the women, blah blah blah. But
So you don't think that Pat Dixon ever hit a woman?
I don't know. But what I do know is that the only person that we have court records showing that they physically did something to their wife is Aaron Steel Toe, and yet that's who he's buddies with.
Is that what
So,
his whole arresting was about? Like he hit someone?
no, it's too long of a story, but his wife and he were having an argument, and he apparently headbutted her.
Oh, what? I don't even actually want to know.
Yeah, and then he just whatever. It's all crap, guys. We're at 30, and I love you, and I hate to leave, but we are
Yeah,
I
I
love
gotta
you.
go to
4
work
hours and
too.
12
Yeah.
minutes into this stream, and
I'm sorry if I derailed it.
I need to go to bed. You're fine. And look, we're here for 4 hours. It obviously couldn't have been that bad, right?
Oh, that's fun.
All right, like if it was awful, I would have gone. But anyway, let's just
I know
wrap it.
that.
Oh my fucking god! This reminds me. Kate Meany talked about anal sex on Kiki's podcast, and she wanted the stream taken down, but for whatever reason, Gino didn't want to
Gino's
because
smart in that. If that's true.
because he's an asshole.
He's a piece
No,
of shit.
because she asked politely and on the side that she shouldn't have done it, and asked that it would be taken, that they not put the stream up or just take it down, and
Yeah.
not say anything, just do it. And of course, it was all about free speech and how dare you ask me to do this, and just they got all over Kate for it, and it was really just more of Keanu, who at the same time complaining that Kevin Brennan revenge porned her by putting up pictures from her OnlyFans. So there's a lot of what you said earlier, like Mr. Free Speech ain't so free speech when
Yep.
they don't agree with the speech.
I didn't know
Uh,
about any of that until BYB mentioned it a few weeks ago. So I was like, "What?" And then so it was the first time I saw her vagina.
Tuna
I googled. I was like,
opinion.
"Whoa, whoa, wow!" And then it was like, "Holy mackerel!"
Yes, what's more than 30 minutes? We find an interesting topic. With these two guys, I feel like I could sit there and talk to them all night long. So I'm gonna, what do you call it? I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna ask you guys to stay on and don't hang up yet. And thanks everybody. Love you. And
Love y'all.
I need subs, guys. That's the big push. So I'm on a sub drive, which you would have thought I would have talked about 4 hours ago. But I
We can
do
blame me for that.
I really no I really do these stuff I really do this stuff these streams because I enjoy them and I find them interesting, and it is reaching the point where I really do have to think more about it as a business and get a couple of dollars in to cover some of these things. I just got my EvMux bill for today, which was another $49. But and whatever. So that's all there is. Tuna Buckman, I was hoping we could trick you that chat could come up with an interesting topic and keep the panel going. No, I'd love to keep the panel going, but I can feel myself already not being able to find words. I'm like Joe Biden after 4 in the afternoon. And waiver, is this the famous waiver? Um, I'll ask my mom and dad to sub up. Thanks, waiver. And if your kids go to school, have all their friends sign up and take Cookie out with the 49. It's the Brian Landon money's gonna do. Cookie took me we went on a date night on Saturday night. And Cookie is so cute. She took a selfie with my phone before we left, right? She was waiting for me. And so she just took a selfie on my phone and left it on my phone. And I was like looking through my phone camera and I'm like, wait, who is this? And it was Cookie. And we had a blast and it was a lot of fun. So that was why there was no stream Saturday night. All right.
Cool.
That's my ADHD timer telling me that I've got to go. All right, guys. Thanks everybody for being here. You're all fantastic. Love you. We'll see you Thursday at 8. And we may have a planned and organized show. It's going to be either Thursday or one day next week. We're doing we're going to do the cult thing we couldn't do the other night because of the internet. And then on 9/11, September 11th, the world's most famous puppet, Tukey, will be on as my guest. So we'll see you guys then. Thanks so much. Bye.